All right, there we go. Well, everybody, welcome back to Odyssey of the Dragonlords. In the last session, the party comprised of Drakgar, Exandri, Metius, Porunga, Derek, and Juno. All, well, people who assisted in, or rather took down, a great boar that had been plaguing the heartlands of Tylea were called upon by the mysterious Skyra in order to arrange a meeting with Versi, the Oracle. However, upon arriving at this temple of the Oracle, they were met with, well, quite a strange sight, as there appeared to be, members of the Order of Sidon who have, shall we say, occupied the temple, taking the uh, acolytes captive. However, the party defeated these acolytes of Sidon, made their way through the halls of the temple and confronted a sea hag known as Heleka, who was keeping Versi the Oracle restrained by the assistance of a water weird, a strange elemental that, well, upon noticing the party, they all, of course, decided to, well, make an attack on them. However, the party had managed to defeat Heleka and free Versi the Oracle, who then proceeded to, explain to the heroes that she will now be able to perform a slight ritual to, well, properly witness the future. And that's basically where we were at. So, let me see. All right, so, uh, what did you guys were agreeing on? Were you going to be resting before or after the oracle was done with the reading?
What was that? Sorry.
I was asking if you guys wanted the oracle to read you, your futures now or after you've had a rest.
Sure.
Um, I think Xandri would ask for a rest first, but like not against nothing like against Versi, but they've just been through a lot back to back to back to get
Yeah, I agree.
here.
That's a good point, yeah.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
Upon, well, saying this, Versi will say, "Yes, I quite understand. Well, it's going to take me a bit to set up the due process for the vision. So you may take that time to rest shortly if you wish."
Yeah, I'd definitely go. Is there any like area we know in here where we can rest at, or is there like?
I
mean,
mean, it's the upstairs where all the other acolytes were at.
or should we just rest down here?
So I'll tell you
That's where
now, Versi's not gonna allow any of you to rest in this in her chambers.
Fine.
And then
Yeah,
we have
Wherever
Yes.
she'll let us rest is where I'm down to rest.
Yeah.
So I guess I'd kind of look to her to point us somewhere.
I guess we'll go upstairs.
I believe there's still accommodations upstairs for, well, the other acolytes. No doubt they are grateful that you've managed to save them. They will provide for you whatever you may need.
We appreciate that.
So do you guys go upstairs?
Yeah, I'll head in that direction.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys move out of there.
I guess what time of day is it? Is a good question.
It is somewhat It's around noonish when you guys arrived here. Because you went through the morning, you fought the wolves, you went through the temple, fought through the Order of Sidon. Uh, it's around noon, around that time.
Around noon?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not going to like bed or anything.
No, you're probably gonna take like an hour break, short rest if
Okay.
necessary, and then you'll be called upon by Versi.
Okay, cool.
So let me move you. You guys gonna need to learn to move your tokens if you say you're moving. All right. So, without I have to move you guys back to the other, uh, you know, map. I'll say you guys will have a short rest during the time where you will see that upstairs in the other area, Proteus and Kyra have already done their best to kind of mend the wounds of the acolytes who got hurt. They have done what they could. None of them were actually in risk of dying or anything to that effect, but they seem to have sustained bruises, cuts, here and there. As well as they appear to have now cleared out the bodies of the Order
Oh.
of Sidon, or not cleared out, but they
Oh.
moved them, somewhere to the side where they're not just like there,
Uh,
gathering pools of blood, in the middle of the temple.
Well, it'd probably be good to search those bodies.
I agree.
If everyone else agrees as well.
Isn't this temple considered a holy place? Would that be appropriate to do in here?
Well, the bodies are not in the temple anymore. They've been moved a couple of tens of feet away from it, kind of lined up in this, in this segment of the ravine that is outside of the temple.
I will ask. Before it happens, I'll ask Proteus. Is the area around this temple consecrated ground of any kind? Would we gain the ire of one of the deities by searching the corpses of the fallen?
Well, we were about to perform the final rites for these fallen soldiers. They may have acted against us, but well, they were warriors at the end of the day, and as such, we were intending of giving them their final rites before we find some place to bury them. We have yet to do that process, however. I take it everything went fine down there with the Oracle.
Should we loot the bodies before we rest?
Everything seemed to go fine with the Oracle, yeah.
Right.
She is now safe.
That is
Loot up.
most pleasant news. Um, did you have any business with the fallen soldiers?
Well, some of my companions wish to look through their possessions to see if there's anything of value or even maybe information that we could on what exactly they were doing or maybe where they came from or anything. My only concern was I don't wish for some curse to be placed on us for disrespecting the lands here or the temple or the land around it.
Well, the curse of the grave robber is a very real danger than most around the land fear. And yes, that does happen when someone disrupts the eternal rest of one who has, been placed in consecrated ground. The men here and Brasa who have fallen, they have technically yet to be placed in any consecrated burial. Um, I am conflicted about this course of action, but if it's the one you wish to take, I have no place in preventing you from acting as such.
Well, I have no intention of stopping my companions as long as they won't be cursed.
Well,
It'll be up to them.
well, he kind of turns to look at the rest of you guys.
I don't really mind. I don't know. So are the bodies right in front of us, or are they planning on taking us to them?
They would have been. You would have been told that they were placed like a couple of tens of feet away from the temple.
Yeah, but it is the. I guess the point is that if you wish to loot the bodies, you have to do it now before any rites happen.
Okay, cool.
And I'll say to Proteus that if you will if before the rites happen, you allow us to look through to see if there's anything that we can do or any information that we can find. I wouldn't mind using my magic to help you bury them and ease the amount of labor that you might do by just digging some graves, because there's quite a few bodies here. But we really do need to be able to look through them.
Well, by all means, if that's what you wish to do.
Okay, so while you all look through the corpses before Proteus starts doing any rites, uh, Proteus, if you could show me where you wish these graves to be, I can start excavating.
He kind of shows you, like when he guides you to the corpses. He kind of shows you to a little alcove, like not too far away from the temple. A couple, you know, this not so rough looking ground that is at an elevation a couple of tens of feet away from the temple of the oracle. Seems to lead a little bit more into the actual, like, surface, uh, uh, above the ravine, shall we say. uh After showing you to this place, just kind of gestures that this is the general area where they were thinking of burying the bodies.
Okay, and I guess while he's showing me, you all can look through the corpses.
Yeah, I'm gonna start
No.
scanning through.
Sorry, I was talking to somebody else. uh uh what were you saying?
Sorry. Yeah.
Or
So I guess I'd be looking for um anything on them other than just like a sword and armor and stuff. Like anything on them that could have been magical or
anything better.
something that I wouldn't expect a normal, just random warrior to have.
Okay. uh well, you will find on their person, besides their, their spears, their short swords, their shields, their armor, they appear to have, well, uh, a couple of coins, around 25 or so gold pieces and 100 silver, as well as Brisa, the female priest that was accompanying the soldiers, appears to have what you think is some form of a religious symbol, which is, a symbol that some people associate with Sidon. Kind of like this necklace that has the image of a snarling, bearded man. Uh, Other than anything magical, they don't appear to have any. They don't appear to be carrying anything magical.
Do their weapons appear magic?
I just said
Oh
Uh,
no, you said not. They don't. They don't. Okay.
So 25 gold, 100 silver.
correct.
Okay, cool. And then the religious symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, cool.
I'll leave that all for you to pick up.
That for
Do
everybody?
they have any parchments on them that would have is specifically on the female that died by ice knife? Is there any parchments on her with like any summonings or directions or
They does not appear.
okay. That's all Alexandra.
So, this sort of like what you guys will be doing during the time that it takes for the oracle to set up the ritual. Besides looting the bodies and all of that, anybody else had anything planned before we move on to the next segment?
I will be casting mold earth to help dig the graves, and that's about it.
I'm good.
I will look angrily at each body that has been thrown to a grave.
Xander's gonna find a place to go start doing her own version of prayers.
Well, there are various segments around the temple that kind of have like this weird sort of like well, even the main central altar, you probably don't want to pray in front of a statue that kind of looks like Siren. But I mean, if you thinking of how going to an area that is like a little bit more to the side, then yeah, you definitely can do that.
Say hi. Say hi to Dad for me. No, not funny. Sad.
Damn.
Exandri, what you're walking right into is appears to be the personal the chambers of the acolytes. Kind of like the rooms that they have on them. In the temple to accommodate for their stay.
All right, she'll just retire to her room then to start doing her like short rest while she does a prayer.
Just take one of the rooms without asking. Fine. So yeah, just grab one of the rooms of the acolytes. So well, after this short rest, you guys can recover whatever you needed to recover during the short rest. Roll your hit die if needed. After this short rest, you will eventually be approached by one of the other acolytes that appear to kind of come with a message, not a physical one, but just sort of generally approach you guys and say, the oracle says that the preparations are done. She press your presence back down once again. What do you mean a purple square on it? Exandri?
There's just like a purple square in the top left-hand corner.
Purple square.
I think it's my laptop, so I'm just gonna reset my internet browser.
Okay.
Because this happened on Saturday when I was playing games and watching movies.
Okay. So, for the purposes of this, I'm just gonna move you guys back to the, to the oracle's chambers.
Okay.
As you come back down the stairs, it's as if the previous turmoil had never happened. The lighting ambience of the oracle's grotto has now shifted to a more pleasant, look to it. There's this very noticeable like smell of incense that now permeates the area. Versi herself appears to find herself in the central sort of like rock formation that's kind of covered by a couple of rugs on top of it. As she sees you guys kind of come back down here, she will look at you guys and say, please, if you're all quite ready, approach.
I think I'd be behind Derek because I think he's the one that I assume knows everything.
You're about to be disappointed. So She kind of beckons all of you to walk into the central island as she herself kind of sits down in one of the segments that are covered by the rugs. For most, you see the carpet that she kind of like sits down on top of, almost move, uh, as if it had like a mind of its own. But then Versi kind of like places a hand on top of it and almost seems to gesture for it to to stay put. Uh, she then realizes that not everybody has made it to the island. So I'm just gonna move Exandri over here. Drakgar. There we go. Derek. Is Pumo here?
Yeah, sorry, just people around me right now.
Okay.
Apologize.
So you also move into the little island here. Okay. So, versus she's not kind of like sitting down. It's more like she's kind of like on her knees on top of this cushion of sorts. She kind of finishes lighting up another one of the incense sticks around this area. She kind of takes like a deep breath, and as she exhales, there's like this movement that permeates the area. It's as if some force has now made themselves, more noticeable if it was already here or has manifested. In a moment, you see as the somewhat serene waters of the area of the grotto now begin to swirl and stir and almost moving in this circular pattern around the little island, central island. You then see as Versi, again taking another deep breath, when she opens her eyes appear to be completely white, as if some form of entities, abilities have began to be channeled through Versi. Uh, you see as the waters all around you seem to make this almost dome as they rise and begin to cover the central island of the grotto. As this is happening, Versi then says, "Warriors who stand here gathered, you will all be tested. The fates have revealed the three great tasks that must be accomplished before you are ready to set sail into the three seas and face the Titans." In a moment, you see as the motions of the water dome around you begin to shift, as if forming very vague imagery that seems to accompany uh, Versus following words. You must shape the silver fires of the Lost Forge in order to craft the tools that you will need. You must claim the mighty weapons wielded against the Titans by the first Dragonlord. And you must drink deep from the bottomless dragon horn, for it will reveal a vision that even I cannot see. And then the waters around Versi become darker as this seemingly impenetrable barrier of pitch black tar begins covering everything. And then her voice begins to reverb a little bit when she says the following. But woe unto thee, for I have seen the end of all things. My father's anger cannot be quelled, and his sister schemes even now. Your quest may yet fail, and if it should, the sky will rain black fire, and the doom of Tylea will come. Then, as the shadows of the dome begin to kind of be sort of like altered with the small gaps where brief flashes of light begin to pick through, shining upon all of you.
Is this mic acting weird for anybody, or is it just
Yeah,
me?
you're kind of cutting out.
Oh shit. Is it better?
Yeah, it actually sounds better now.
All right. Sorry about that. Uh, well, yes. As the where did I start cutting out?
It's around when you were doing the visions. I kind of got a good chunk of it, but
What doing the visions?
the fortune, or the 3 tasks or whatever, just kind of where
Oh shit.
I got a little dicey.
Okay. So, in that case, let me say that again. Well, her voice kind of began to kind of reverb when she says, "But woe unto thee, for I have seen the end of all things. My father's anger cannot be quelled, and his sister schemes even now. Your quest may yet fail, and if it should, the sky will rain black fire, and the doom of Tylea will come." And then, as these gaps in the black dome kind of begin to form, kind of shining a bit light onto all of you guys, but in quick flashes. You see, as when before the oracle's gaze was not fixed on any particular point, now it seems as if she's both staring at all of you at the same time and none of you. You feel the intense eyes of Versi gaze past your very being, as if she's looking both to you and beyond you. You see as Versi begins to speak in a manner almost as if she knows you, each and every one of you. She then says, "Drakgar, you are the son of Pythor, the god of battle. Your father awaits for you in the distant city of Estoria.
Oh damn!
I expect great things from you. Travel to him as soon as you can."
I will.
She then turns to look at you, Metius, and says, "Metius, a terrible fate has been dealt to you. For Lutheria herself has targeted you for elimination. Her servants will stop at nothing to end your mission. Make sure that does not come to pass. My sister Demetria may know more about this terrible fate that has been laid upon you. You must find her in the ancient temple of the old woods." She then turns to look at you, Exandri, and says, Exandri, since birth, you have been quite a gifted child. But this alone is not enough. For through your conflicted ancestry, a great evil has been placed on your family. Sidon himself has taken the life of one of your ancestors. You must trace back the steps of those who came before you and make sure that you do not make the same mistakes. Perhaps your fight is with the very titans themselves. She then turns to look at you, Porunga, and says, Porunga, you've traveled from so far away, but I'm afraid that your return to your original land may have to wait. One day you will find your way back home. But first, another destiny awaits you. To find the lost treasure of the Dragonlords. She then turns to look at you, Juno, and says, Juno, your life has been plagued with tragedy, but that does not mean your fate is any less grander than those who stand here with you. You are destined to become the bane of all evil dragons. Seek out the Forge Keeper in the Mithril Mines, for they will guide you on your path far better than I can. And finally, she turns to look at you, Derek, and says, and Derek, your fate is one that I wish to discuss with you privately, as her eyes kinda regain their coloration, no longer being clouded by the mist-like texture that seemed to have been plaguing them. She says, for I believe this concerns you, and only you. And then the dome of water loses the tar-like pitch-black coloration, and then begins to slowly fall back and rescind into the waters around all of you. So, as that happens, Versi then turns to look at the rest of you and says, please, may I have some time to speak with your ally privately?
Of course.
Who does she gesture to when she says my ally?
Derek.
To Derek.
Okay, yeah.
Hog.
I would say, of course, as well, and follow out.
Get out here, guys. It's my turn.
See ya.
So, as all of you kind of clear out from the central island, Versi approaches you, Derek, and says to you, well, first of all, you will notice that when the rest of your allies are out of potential earshot, you can tell that she looks worried. As if she may have seen something that she didn't like during her vision. She, grabs one of your hands, kind of placing one of her hands over yours, and says, "I saw that in that great tragedy that awaits the land. When I saw it, uh, I a great sense of dread plagued my very being. So I wish to ask of you one promise. Swear to me right now, through an oath, that you will return to me once the prophecy has been fulfilled and the world has been saved."
As I begin to talk to her, my colors turn to like a blue,
Oh,
a calming blue, and I tell her, Versailles, I promise I'll return to you. Don't you worry. I'll do my absolute best and help stop whatever calamity or whatever fate this world has. I will come back. I promise. A promise that I will not break. There you go.
As you swear this oath, you feel this strange sensation, as if a force has wrapped around your heart through a invisible yet, uh, well, still quite there thread of sorts. Seems to have connected you to Versi, the Oracle. And then she takes almost like a more relaxed breath and says, "Good. Now, there is something you must know. In the ancient necropolis of Telemach, within the halls that house the tomb of Xander, the first Dragonlord, your ancient gear lies there, as well as one of the crown of the Dragonlords. You must search these items, for they will be imperative for your journey."
I could have my clothes back.
Hold up, what?
Wow. I didn't think they'll be all the way over there. Whew. Well, that's good information for me to know.
She
All right.
then says, "I will not keep you long here, for I know that your destiny lies far beyond the halls of this temple. Do please remember your promise."
Yes, don't worry. Sorry, there's people in the background. My bad.
Okay. So as you say, yes, don't worry, and seem to be uh, quite on board with the agreement that you've made with Verse. Uh, she kind of begins to smile a little bit more, but there's something off still about her smile. In a moment, uh, her breathing becomes a little bit strange, and she kind of says, "Finally, I can't wait for our future together. And this is the face she gives you.
Oh hell yeah, let's go. I'm a brand. I'm like, get wrecked.
Oh, that's so funny.
You think I'm gonna run? Don't worry about it.
Then she seems to kind of like snap out of that little trance that she went through for a moment, and she says, "Apologies. Please, my beloved, you may join your companions now."
Yeah, yeah. Don't worry. I'll make sure when I get back, I'll play your favorite song. All right. Take care. What up, boys? As we walk away.
What's up, Derek? What's that all about?
Nothing, nothing. Just a little talk between us, you know.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Uh, okay. So, what do you guys do now?
Okay, I didn't want to interrupt you. While she was making that speech, but what were the 3 things that she said we had to do? I didn't have my notes ready.
Well, it's a good thing that I happen to have a handout for this.
Oh shit, my notes got deleted.
There we go.
Oh, Pog. That makes it a bajillion times easier.
Okay, that does make things easier.
Oh shit! Did I ever reveal the letter you guys got from the from the hag? I don't think.
1 second.
No.
Because I think.
Can I ask one question, real quick, just about the stuff that we just heard?
Yeah.
My notes got deleted, so I didn't get it down. But when she was addressing me, she said to kill the dragon that was in the mithril mines or something. Can I get you to say that again?
She basically told you that you are destined to become the bane of all evil dragons, and that you should seek somebody called the Forge Keeper in the Mithril Mines. They may be able to help assist you in acquiring the tools you will need to traverse such a path.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So, what do you guys do now?
Well, we have our 3 tasks that we need to complete. But it seems as though all of us also have some path of our own to walk. And it seems as though these things are connected. As if completing these personal goals, these personal tasks, these personal prophecies will help us with what really is at stake here, which is this whole world. So how do we decide which way to go forward?
Well, I think my first goal immediately would be to find somewhere to hanker down for a drink so we can discuss all this stuff.
That is actually an
Good
excellent idea.
I agree. That's step 1.
Wasn't what was that city we were all supposed to go to, or forgot?
You were told that the City of Estoria is one of your objectives.
Should we head? Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna show you guys like the general area of the land, because you guys would, some of you, at least those who are from this general region of the Heartlands, would know sort of like the general layout of it. So, in the Heartlands, well, you guys are currently, as I use Skyra as the marker, you guys are currently here. in the Temple of the Oracle. The city of Estoria lies at around uh, 10 miles, 10 or so miles northwest from here. The necropolis of Telamok, which is the place that Derek and is supposed to go to, is around 26 miles away from here. The
Uh,
ancient temple in the Old Woods, which is another one of the locations we were told of, is 8 miles away from here. So really, it's a toss-up.
should we go to Storia first, and then maybe their necropolis and Mossy Temple after that, or should we go to?
I thought we were getting drinks first, and then we could.
I can't imagine that there are drinks in this temple.
Woo!
True.
And
We'll
if
look
we,
at Drakgar to see if he knows if there's any drinks in this temple.
I didn't see any.
Derek?
Not Drakgar, sorry, Derek.
I was like, you need to tell me. I'm the one who's been here for 500 freaking years.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
did you drink
Sorry,
everything in the 500 years? Is it all gone?
Yeah, mostly just water now. My bad, guys.
Oh, shit.
Mist monster water.
Yep, pretty much.
Well, Estoria was one of the places that we were told to go. Specifically, Drakgar, you were told to meet somebody there.
Yes, I was.
And I can't imagine that they wouldn't have at least a single tavern for us to gain, to get our bearings at. However, do we know how long does it take to travel 10 miles?
Well,
We're on foot, right? We didn't have like a wagon or
yeah,
anything.
no, you don't have like any land transportation of the like, like horses or anything like that. I'll say you can probably cover that within 8 days of travel.
8 days.
A day of travel.
Oh, a day. Okay. Well, if we are all comfortable with waiting a day to get into any deep discussions so that we could do this around, food and drink, then I think that Astoria might be the best place to start. But I don't want to speak for the group.
I agree with that. Kind of pat you on the back and start to walk.
Story it is then.
Damn. As you guys begin to kind of like get out of the grotto, have this discussion and kind of think of your next move. You will be approached by Kyra, who kind of shows up, picks her head around the corner, and says, "So, how did it go?"
I guess I would describe that as well.
Fantastic.
Well is certainly a way to describe it, yes.
Uh, uh,
I think it went very fantastic, guys.
I'm gonna pull Derek to the side again. Or I guess this is a DM question. Were we told in any way that the information that that we acquired is to be held between us, or is that something we could just talk about openly?
Not really.
It wasn't really discussed.
Yeah, no, it wasn't like you were never told to keep this a secret. Like that's more like up to how you guys interpret this,
I won't say anything about it then at this moment until I talk about the group. So I'm just gonna say it went well.
Well, we know that Kyra is working for the Oracle, so I mean she's gonna find out one way or another.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
So do you guys say anything? Or you just kind of like...
I think we're just awkwardly looking at each other, like, did we say this? Or
Kyra,
I'm just confused what the hell's going on. I'm sorry. That's gone last thing on me. I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
I would
think
look at Kyrie and I would be like, well, some people's prophecies are a little bit more complex sounding, whereas some of our prophecies might be easier to obtain. Although I think we're all gonna head back to Astoria if you wanna tag along with us.
Oh,
Um,
is that where your fate is taking you?
well,
At least for the moment.
If by fate you mean a group decision to go there first, then yes.
Plus strings. Don't forget the plus
I think
strings.
that I think I don't know if you're all laughing in character, but I think that Metius would just sort of look around like, I'm saying a fact. I don't know what's so funny.
uh,
But you are certainly welcome to join us if you have the time, and maybe we can relay to you the goings on of this temple along the way. Or do you need to chronicle it now?
Well, the reason why I wasn't down there in the first place is because, well, a part of a good story is a little bit of mystery. If you choose not to share what the Oracle has told you with me, that's fine. However, I have an idea of what she may have asked you to do. Of course, I will not pry into it if you wish not to say it. However, if you need some, well, guidance or clarifications on some of the more vague ways that Versi can relay her prophecies, well, I am, of course, always here.
Yeah, let's
It-
appreciate that.
I don't think it's that we don't want to tell you. I think it's for long we need to process everything that we heard, and once we all process it, you could be present. We would love your input and your guidance on the correct steps that we could be taking. It's just some of this was a little deep, and I just think in a way all of us just kind of want to just spend the next day or so walking back to Astoria processing our own profit, and then we're all going to gather around and have a meal and essentially try to map out maybe a game plan, because some of our prophecies honestly just kind of take us in different directions,
Mhm.
and obviously we all would more than likely want to put our prophecy into effect. So we just need to come up with a way to do that. And if you want to be a part of that, it would be super awesome. I mean, I know I would appreciate having your thoughts and opinions on it. I don't know about everybody else. I can only speak for myself, though.
Well, I certainly can't just let the story go unfinished. Or at least not, well, put for posterity, shall we say.
So that means you'll be accompanying us then?
Whether you want it or not, she says with a smile. She,
Well, if that's the case, I do have a question
Mhm.
because you seem to be quite familiar with Versi. She had mentioned to me about someone named Demetria, her sister.
No, if you're trying to imply that I'm her, no. Uh,
Well, I wanted to know if you had any information on her and if you know how cooperative she might actually be.
not at all. You see, um, Versi, as you know, she is the daughter of Sidon.
Hmm.
And Sidon's offsprings, they either get along with each other or they don't at all. Uh, in Versi's and Demetrius' case, they don't.
Oh, well, I appreciate the information.
However, I will say that if you are keen on going to look for Demetria, uh, well, from what I've heard, she tends to be an egomaniac. So maybe it's stroke her ego a bit when you're talking to her. That should probably get her talking.
Hmm.
Stepsis a little crazy. Not gonna lie, bro.
Thank you for the information.
Uh, as you're having this conversation, you kind of hear footsteps coming along. Proteus kind of steps from the side and approaches you guys and says, uh, excuse me, I did not mean to interrupt, but I've heard that you've received your prophecy from the Oracle. Does this mean you'll be departing soon?
Yes,
It does.
we plan to leave quite soon.
Right. In that case, I have some parting gifts on behalf of everybody here in the temple for all of you. He kind of reaches into this satchel that is on his side, and as he fumbles around, with the inside of it, says, "The future of Tylea may look bleak, but I and everybody else here in the temple believe that there is always hope. The people of this land will look to your actions as signs of things to come. Now, if I was to give advice to you all," he says as he kind of begins to pull out a couple of healing potions from his satchel.
Oh.
He says, "Do not go into this adventure seeking fame and fortune. Show the people the true meaning of heroism. Make yourselves a beacon of light, even as we enter into the infinite darkness." And he will hand each of you a healing potion.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, my friend.
He also says, "Oh, and this one is not truly in behalf of the rest of the people here, but one that I believe, well, I may have just saved out precisely for this moment, even if I myself didn't knew this day would come." He kind of pulls out this weird sort of coin. On one side of the coin has the imagery of this weird sort of like great ship. The other side of the coin seems like it has been damaged or burned in some regard. There is a layer of soot on the other side of the coin. Almost like the Two-Face coin. Uh, he kind of you know hands it to whoever of you will wish to grab it,
I'll grab it.
and he says, "This is a burnished Dragonlord coin. In ancient times, it is said that if one was to gain access to the great necropolis, they must do so by paying due tribute to the guardian of it. I've been holding on to that coin for decades now, but I believe that it will help you far more than it has helped me."
Thanks for that, and it'll be in good hands.
Now,
Yeah.
if you will excuse me, he kind of bows and proceeds to go back around the temple, sort of still making sure that everything is in order. As he leaves, Kyra just kind of seems to wait till he's out of earshot and says, "Look, I know what he said at school and all, but ignore that. Do seek fame and glory. Otherwise, how are people going to recognize you?"
Brew.
Well,
Like, okay, that sounded a bit rude. Let me rephrase that. This is quite literally a once-in-a-lifetime chance to win fame beyond your wildest dreams. You all want fame, right? Everybody does, of course you do. And
Nod head.
well, this whatever it is that the tasks that the Oracle has revealed for you, are only the beginning. The path that lies ahead of you, I'm certain, will be filled with countless opportunities for winning glory. If you truly manage to rise above all of this and confront the very titans, then every poet in Thylea will sing your deeds for eternity, for ages to come. She kinda looks at the rest of you and says, Alright, there still lies one tiny problem. You see, the thing about fame is that if you're not careful, one of you will outshine the others. And well, if that happens, then the stories will go from a band of brave heroes to a hero and the others. So I encourage you guys to do something great. You may call this an oath of sorts, an oath of fellowship, one that is so sacred that will bind you together in the spirit of solidarity. Through this, all of you will share in the glory and fame that is to come to your lives. And who knows? Maybe the magic of the oath will even protect you against some of the dangers that lie ahead.
I'm sure we can take any danger that comes our way.
We got this.
Um,
I got my match. I got my loot, guys. Don't worry. I'll
Do we-
play us out.
when she's talking about this oath of fellowship, are we feeling anything kind of unnatural or supernatural?
Well, not yet.
I'll be right back, guys, real quick. Sorry about that.
Well, not yet because you guys haven't made the oath.
Okay, so all right, it's an instruction that we should be doing. Okay.
But, well, I believe we spent much time here. You don't need to do all of that now. Like you said, you need some time to process all of this that has transpired. And if that process is to take place in Astoria over a round of drinks, well, who am I to stop it?
Here, here.
So,
Yeah,
shall we?
we shall.
I'm down.
I'll follow along.
So, you guys depart the Temple of the Oracle. I'm gonna move you guys back to the Heartlands map. So you guys are going to the city of, to the city of Estoria, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Let's see here. Oh, by the way, you guys, did I forget to tell you guys last session? You guys are level 3.
Yeah,
Did we level up?
yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Alright,
Am I level 3? I am level 3. Cool.
Yeah, you guys did level up. Okay, I was just making sure that I didn't
Yeah.
that I didn't accidentally forget to say it. So, well, I'll ask you all. Do you just, how do you traverse to the city of Estoria? Just, walk there or what?
I don't think we have any other means of getting there, do we?
I mean,
I'm gonna look around at the group. That's a question of the group, not a question.
Well, we should, I assume, take the road to make sure that there's as little danger as possible. However, who
the
really
road
knows?
also sometimes comes with dangers, but
Yes.
yeah, I agree.
Well, I'll be in front just in case something happens.
okay.
And I'm sure that if we were to happen across some travelers with a wagon or something, we could ask and even pay them if it would speed us up. But I'm afraid for now, I guess we just have to walk.
Okay. So, Now you guys depart the temple of the Oracle, going towards the City of Estoria as your next destination. You would be able to make it within the day. But I will ask you guys, because here it comes. Random encounter time, y'all. Or maybe, depending on what you guys roll. So roll me a d20, y'all. Or somebody, actually. Just one person needs to roll a d20.
Someone's got it, right?
Not I.
A bunch of people have it.
Oh fuck.
2. A number 2. You are fine. Nothing happens during your day of travel.
Excellent.
Well, a 1 and a 2. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter. With the 1 was fine. Nothing happens on your day of travel. Yes, the path is a little bit tricky because you kind of have to get out of the. First of all, you have to get out of the general like chasm ravine area where the Temple of the Oracle is at. And well, you will depart. To the city of Estoria. Let me see. Let me double check something. Yes, I believe you guys would have to kind of camp somewhere along the way because it's already noon when you guys are part of the Temple of the Oracle. So somewhere along the way you may need to like camp out when you're like 5 or so 6 miles away from the city. You guys will, by all intents and purposes, are considered under the effects of a long rest. Let me double check something. Something does happen, however, when you guys are laying down to rest. During the night, when you guys are, gathered around the campfire, making sure that, you're getting your good, nice night's rest. You will. Oh, hold on, my audio started glitching out here. You will begin to dream, but it's not quite that pleasant of a dream. It is this dark room where you find yourselves during your dream, where it seems the shadows themselves are reaching out to you.
Oh.
It is a place where you feel both weightless as your sight seems to drift around, but also incredibly heavy as you seem unable to move any of your limbs. When, after a bit of witnessing this darkness, a woman's voice suddenly emanates from no particular direction. The woman's voice says, "So, your great quest begins. Off to become heroes, aren't you? Mortals are so very proud." In a moment, as if through a stage light, a light shines from above and shines down on this very unassuming looking old man. Dressed in commoner clothes, doesn't seem to be anybody in particular that any of you would know. The man seems to be sort of like tied to this this pole, almost stake-like, object. The man seems to struggle against his restraints, albeit very weakly, as his body isn't quite, in his prime to be able to free himself from this restraint. The voice of the woman continues and says, "Look at this one. He's falling to pieces, dying, even as we speak. His joints stiff, his skin slack, even his teeth are gone. Life is practically dripping out of him." You then see as the inky black shadows begin to obtain form, as this weird sort of tentacle-like movements begin to manifest around the old man, only accentuated by the small bit of light that shines down upon him. As the shadows brush against the old man, he flinches, he squirms, he panics. You feel something draw closer to him, but you can't see it. Sounds like footsteps almost. The voice continues and says, "Yes, his sad mortal life is leaking away, but I wonder what will happen to his soul." You seem unable to move, Metius, as if you yourself are binded in a similar way to the old man, unable to stop what is happening. You see as the old man thrashes against his restraints, screaming into the bindings that cover his mouth, which lead to this muffled pain, the yell that you can tell it hurts him even as he tries to exert his voice. You see for a moment a silhouette behind him, almost humanoid in shape, yet still covered by the shadows and only very briefly seen as it brushes against the light. What you at first believe to be a gigantic butcher's knife seems to hang above the old man. In a moment, turns into something else. Turns into a scythe. Right before the scythe manages to land a blow on the old man, and the screams deafen your very ears, you awake, bathed in cold sweat. I'm gonna need everybody to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh,
Alright, Juno. Let's not fuck this up.
So, holy shit. Uh, only Matthias succeeds.
Damn.
Uh, as you all awake, well, Metius, you think to yourself, holy shit, that was horrible. I do not want to experience that again.
Oh yeah, definitely. He would have been being unable to move in that would have been. I think he would have probably woke up like with a big gasp, trying to like make sure that he can actually move like he's back in reality.
You, however, when you turn to look at your team, well, you notice something is wrong with them. Uh,
What?
Drakgar, you find yourself feeling this overpowering urge to eat. But food is not going to quench this impulse. It's as if you wish to consume the very ground you stand upon. So Metius, when you turn to look over at Drakgar, you see him stuffing his mouth with the dirt that he just moments before was laying on top of.
Uh,
Uh, when you turn to look at Porunga, uh, well, he seems to be out of it. Porunga, you begin to experience this really vivid hallucinations of, well, your life, actually. You see pieces of your past to be manifest before you. You begin hearing voices that may belong to people who are not even alive anymore. You instinctively turn to look at all of these things that manifest out of the corner of your eye, and every time you turn to look at them, is they vanish. So you continue looking and you continue looking, and you continue to do so for a bit. Exandri, uh, you are just out of it. You retreat into the confines of your own mind because you feel that it is safe there. From your perspective, Metius, Exandria appears catatonic at this point. Her eyes open wide as her body lies still on the ground. She's still breathing. That much you can tell. It just appears that she, metaphorically speaking, has gone somewhere else. Uh, Damn, Derek is not here. Uh, Juno.
Yes.
Uh, you see, well, you when you wake up, you feel this almost primordial fear of something. It's as if you were back in that day where the dragon took everything from you. You feel this immense fear, and you think to yourself, I have to get as far away from this place as possible. You begin to run, really, uh, away from everybody.
I think that well, if if I saw Juno try to take off, I would call out to him and say, Juno, where are you going? This you can't leave yet.
This place isn't safe. There's
I'm
dragons.
Uh, you see, as Kyra, who's still around, she kind of wakes up
Oh,
and notices like all of this happening, and turns to look at you over at you, Metius, and says, "I don't know what's happening, but you handle the others. I'll go get Juno." And you see her
oh,
kind of like take off with blinding speed.
oh fuck.
I'm gonna be running in a serpentine pattern left and right, like I've learned from every good shooter, and just
Excellent.
absolutely screaming my ass off.
He's Naruto
Uh,
running through the forest.
I think that Matthias would probably try to be calming Purunga down first. Is there anything if I go up to them and try to hold them still? Am I able to at all, or is it like just violent thrashing or spinning or?
You can like for in Porunga's case, who's witnessing these hallucinations that you probably wouldn't know that just from looking at him. You can definitely just kind of hold him still. He'd still would be able to see the see or hear the hallucinations. Uh, uh, everybody else is just kind of, still, so to speak.
Yeah.
The only one that is really like moving anywhere is Juno. Uh, as Kyra does eventually catch up to you, Juno. She tries to kind of like catch you, uh, and says, Juno, snap out of it. I don't know what's happening, but this is not what's supposed to happen. I'm not gonna write about this, I swear. She says.
There's
catch you.
dragons. I don't know. Would I have stepped out of it or not?
Well, you see, this lasts for like, like 4 or 5 minutes of you guys just
Oh, okay.
doing all of this, until eventually the sort of strange high, so to speak, of the nightmare kind of fades away, and as you kind of come to a stop, you stop feeling that sort of like fear. You probably are still a little bit freaked out of what just happened, but you no longer feel that urge to just keep running. Porunga suddenly, as if like fading out through like some form of audio effect, like the hallucination is gonna seem to go out until they're no longer there. Drakgar, you eventually come to your senses and you
Yeah.
can actually make me a con save to see if you puke.
I I think Matt. Yeah, never mind. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, it just all comes out. You're just gonna puke out all of the dirt that you've been eating so far. Exandri, you kind of like uh, feeling that sort of like still within the recess of your mind. You, however, eventually your senses come back to you. You now start hearing everything, seeing everything. Uh, you are no longer in that sort of like catatonic state that you were moments ago.
Um, she's probably gonna feel drained, and she's going to like lean up on her elbows and look around and wipe the drool away from the side of her face. And uh, she's just gonna be a little bewildered for a little bit, and try and take in everything that's going on around.
Damn, it's a shame that that Pumo isn't here to roll his wisdom save. I would have loved to see what he got. Actually, I'm gonna do it anyway. Uh,
Yes.
uh, well, you would, Metius. Well, during that time that everybody was like losing their shit, you would have seen Derek just gonna be crawling around on the ground. Kind of looks up at you, kind of grabs you by the by the side of your cloak, and just with this like sort of like completely empty eyes.
Oh God.
Not like empty literally, like he still has his eyes, but like empty looking eyes. That's
Yes.
this like completely empty looking eyes. Kind of looks at you and would shout to you, like almost desperate way. Someone, please, please, just someone tell me what to do. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm scared.
Just
Oh,
in,
yourself
in that
together.
time, definitely Matthias would have been trying to calm him down, and then checking on all the others as well. Can I want to like go up to Drakgar after he pukes dirt and say, "Do you mind if I try something real quick?" And can I cast Mold Earth to try to get like dirt out of his mouth?
I mean,
Wait, what?
not quite how the spell works.
Okay.
It's not quite how the spell works. If
That
there's
is so.
if there's still any dirt left, like within him, then that's probably gonna have to come out eventually. Uh,
Okay.
So, however, at some point, Kyra comes. Well, if Juno has calmed down sufficiently, she will probably walk you back to the campsite. Well, kind of like putting, like, if necessary, offering you her shoulder. If you need something to lean against to. And as Kara comes back, she, goes up to the rest of, looks at the rest of you guys and says, "Is everybody all right?" What am I saying? That's a stupid question. You're not all right. Are you feeling slightly better?
Um,
Well, I seem to have
I don't know
resisted
what the hell
whatever
just happened.
happened.
Yes,
give
I'm
I
glad
give
the
up.
voices stopped.
The voices are gone for now.
So we all had the same drink, correct?
Yes, you all
Yeah.
saw the same thing.
Okay. She's going to look around and be like, did anybody have a nightmare or like a really weird dream?
Yeah. There was a shadowy room and
And an
a
old guy?
voice.
Yes, there was an old man.
Yeah, I had the same one.
And when I woke up, I
Did
became
anybody
vegan.
recognize the old guy?
No.
Nope.
Yeah, none of you recognize the old man. Even like I can't even allow you guys to do a check or anything. Like you believe he was just like a random like passerby.
That was my grandpa. No, I'm just kidding.
What was the
Spoiler.
thing behind him?
There was the figure of some woman, and she was wielding a scythe near the end, and I don't know. I felt so powerless. I tried moving, and I couldn't.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
had the same situation.
But when I awoke from this nightmare, this whatever it was, I mean, you were all doing such strange things. Juno took off running, and Drakgar was eating dirt, and Exandria, you looked like you had seen something, or you were just still. I had no idea what to do. I'm just glad that Kyra was here to catch you, Juno, because there's no way I would have been fast enough.
Should we check around the forest, see if there was anything
Yeah, I
that might
appreciate
have?
Oh, that's an excellent idea. Is it dark out?
Yeah, this happened during like nighttime. Well,
Okay.
no, the sun is just about to come.
Oh, okay.
Like this happened as you guys were all asleep. During at the end of your long rest, mechanically speaking. Uh, so the sun is like just about to come out in the horizon when you guys awoke to all of this. But if you want to check around, then you can make me a perception check.
I'm definitely gonna do that.
You look around, a little bit paranoid after what happened, trying to see if, what may have transpired here. And you don't see anybody around.
I'm gonna roll my perception too. 1 second. Sorry.
Same here. None of you see anybody or anything for that matter.
I don't see anything. Does anybody?
Mm-mm.
Well,
Um.
the imagery
Hmm.
from that nightmare, I think was very much goddess of death. So could it have been the Titan?
Possibly.
Kyra kind of looks over at you and says, "Oh, now things are making sense. So
Hmm?
you guys had a nightmare, and then when you awoke, all of this happened.
Yeah.
That that does sound like Lutheria's MO, all right?
Like Metius would definitely, because he's from Mitro, so he's from this land. Like he would definitely know that Lutheria is the Titan of Dreams, and she has like that's her domain, right?
Yeah, I'll say you. It's basically general knowledge for anybody who's been alive for long enough. That Lutheria, the sister wife to Sidon, yes, you heard that correctly, is also known as the Lady of Dreams. It is
Mhm.
said that she possesses a powerful innate ability to traverse through the dreams of pretty much anybody. Uh, as part of her. It is unknown whether this is part of her nature as a Titan or if this is a skill that she, trained herself to do. Regardless, she's been doing it long enough that she has been recognized as the Lady of Dreams.
Ira, are you aware of any way that we could prevent Lutheria from manipulating our dreams or entering our dreams? Because this already seemed bad enough, and it lasted for but a few minutes.
She kind of puts like a hand to her forehead as if trying to think of a way. She says, usually one can protect their minds through some very high level magic, or through acquiring specific items that grant a magical protection over your thoughts being read. I don't possess either. My domain does not lie in dreams.
And I'm afraid I am not yet powerful enough to do such a thing. We may have to ask around when we actually get to Astoria if any of the priests know anything or could provide something.
The alternative, which I do not recommend at all, is to, well, begin giving tribute to Lutheria, which is obviously something that I do not stand for.
Why are you recommending it then?
She's,
I think she said she doesn't recommend it.
yeah, she's,
Oh, but it would work probably.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the information. However, I don't think that's the path we need to go on right now.
Quite. Well, regardless, it seems the sun is up now. I suppose we're only like a couple of miles away from Astoria. Perhaps, well, it's a bit early in the morning, but perhaps you guys could use some drinks.
I completely agree. And
Indeed.
I think just before everybody, like as we're packing up, I think Matthias would pull out the little pipe that he bought from the innkeep at the Sour Vintage and fill it with the tobacco that was given to him and attempt to light it with, like, I guess, like firebolt. And just begin, if he's successful, just begin smoking.
Well, fireball is like it's a shot. You do
Yeah,
to kind of like,
but he wants to see if it
But I
can
assume
happen.
he has the ability to
like
conjure fire.
you kind of have to angle it like
Fireball.
downwards, don't actually shoot any of your allies. And you just kind of
Right.
like take the shot, but like angle in such a way that it kind of like brushes a little bit against the top of the pipe, and
Hmm.
you see as it kind of begins to light up and begin to emanate smoke.
Excellent.
That's pretty sweet.
Uh,
I like this guy.
Probably not something you want to do in public, though. Uh,
Certainly not. Definitely noted.
so, well, you guys get out of this, move past hopefully this horrible sensation, and after a bit of walking, not too much actually, you begin seeing in the distance, well, what else but the resplendent city of Estoria. As I will move you guys to the next map and change this ambience because we no longer need the ominous music.
Um,
Yes.
sorry, I'm back. Sorry about that. We level 3 or level 2?
You're
I
level
You're
just
level
saw this.
three.
Level
3.
3. Oh, Oh, then I was in the middle of doing it. God damn it! And I just canceled. I thought, wait, we're number 2, right? No,
Yeah, no.
I will do that right now. I'll do that right now. Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
just do that for now for the moment. Give me a second while I do something here. So, let me see. Where would you guys be approaching through? Okay. Let me just get the. Oh, that is not the that I needed to type. Okay, so you guys would be approaching from the southern gate of the city. Uh, Traveling along a path, near the, that passes by the river. You will see as when you get, closer to the city. There appear to be a caravan of merchants currently, heading towards Estoria that kind of run into you, or rather, you guys run into them as you come back into the main road and you begin traveling to the city that isn't not too far away. Uh, you see kind of this very bony looking ox that kind of seem to be lumbering along the dusty road. Uh, though seemingly looking a bit tired with the slight bags under their eyes. The merchants that kind of notice you, like, coming to the road. Now once they realize you're not there to, rob them outside the city gates, they kind of greet you. They kind of wave you by. The one of them kind of calls out to you. Hello there, travelers. Uh, it's strange to run into people here. Then again, I assume you have business in the city, same as us.
Why is
That we
it weird
do.
to run into people here?
Oh well, ever since the drought has hit the city, it's been quite a rough couple of days for Astoria. Isn't that right, little Bessie? As he kind of turns to look at the ox again. I remark once again the kind of sort of emaciated look to the ox.
You
Uh,
guys talking to the ox?
what do you say?
Oh my
That's
god.
fucking crazy.
He looks.
I think it's just an endearing thing that people do to their animals.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I read into that completely wrong.
Yes, unless of course, sir, you do possess magics which allow you to speak to
Oh
your
no, no.
farm animals.
I'm no ranger, no druid here. I'm just an average man. At some point, you kind of get out now, are just like a couple of tens of feet away, 100 feet away from the city gates proper. Uh,
Uh,
as you're walking, like basically side by side, the merchant caravan. You do you ask that out loud, Porunga? So you ask, there's a drought, and the man says, regrettably, yes. Uh, there has been an absence of rains here in Astoria. Uh, if only Lord Sidon would take pity on us and bring down some rain here. It's been wreaking havoc on the crops, the animals, even the people here. Though, of course, this doesn't mean that there's no water to go around. There definitely is. There just hasn't been enough rains needed for some who live a more farming adjacent lifestyle to, you know, make ends meet.
Do you happen to know how large of an area is affected?
It seems like it's affecting the whole city and a little bit of the surroundings. Uh,
Hmm.
I'm certain King Pythor will think of something here.
do people have suspicions of it being a magical effect, or is
Oh,
this?
it's most definitely because Lord Sidon is displeased. For what, however, reason, I'm not sure. Uh, this, sadly, this little fellow over here, pointing at the ox. Don't let them know. But well, they've been selected to be a tribute for Lord Sidon. Perhaps then he would grant some reigns on the city of Estoria.
Oh,
Well, I do wish you're offering well then.
If you're sticking around the city, then I suppose we'll be seeing each other around. If not, well, do be careful in the surrounding area. I've heard this marauding bands of centaurs and cyclops around.
Oh.
oh.
That's DM question: are centaurs and cyclops like minotaurs in the way that they're perceived bad, but like not like an evil,
Uh,
or are they like an animal? Like are they like?
General, without a history, unless you really want to make me a history check, but the most I can tell you without a history check is that centaurs are not quite fully trusted by the average, civilizations. That's not to say that they are not part of civilization. Definitely, there's a lot of centaurs that do, live in like some of the major cities and towns in the land of Thylea. But, uh, well, much like the Minotaurs and other Fey creatures that exist, they were originally, uh, it is said they were of the original, inhabitants of this land. So they
Mhm.
were very nomadic. Didn't have any place that they particularly, you know, regale as their home, so to speak. But it is said that most of them used to inhabit this lands of the Heartlands before all of the major cities were founded.
Okay, cool.
As far as being looked down upon, maybe by some people, but of course, you won't.
Do they have any quarrel with the minute or with the minotaur people?
Uh, they don't mingle too well, because, more often than not, at least as the average story that a citizen would tell you, is that Minotaurs, they don't quite have the same sense of, shall we say, of fighting that centaurs do. There is a bit of a cultural divide, as far as
Okay.
like the right of battle, so to speak, is concerned between centaurs and minotaurs.
All right. Thank you for answering.
So at this point, you guys are basically right in front of the south gate. You see this four or so guards that are kind of standing outside, who all are dressed in like regular like guard attire. Not too dissimilar from the ones that the Order of Sidon were using, but without the blue cloak and the Sidon adjacent like imagery and regalia that the other ones had. They seem to be, you know, wearing like this more uh, standard issue, sort of like uniform. Uh, as they see you guys are at the front gate, uh, one of the guards speaks up and says, "Hey there, I take it you're new arrivals to the city of Estoria.
That is correct.
May we ask what your business in the city is?" "Oh, we're not going to stop you here or anything. It's just, procedure to make sure that you're not here to cause any unwanted mayhem."
Oh,
We've
We're just
no,
come.
passing
certainly not.
through. We've heard good things about the city.
We've
We've
come for a drink, really.
come for
A drink?
hospitality.
Well, you are in luck. There's quite a number of inns and taverns around here in Estoria. Though personally, I would recommend the Dragon's Tooth Inn, a little bit towards the center of the city. You can't miss it. It's particularly big.
Oh, well, thank you for the tip.
He kind of sees you guys. There's a bit of a of a of a look you get from him, and as he seems to kind of like try to connect the dots in his head, like how this like varied group of individuals is kind of standing, seemingly traveling together in the same group. Uh, you notice that his eyes do kind of like linger, particularly on some of the less human-ish looking people in the party.
Oh, fuck this guy. Can I?
I mean, he doesn't.
Is he alone or is he with a group?
There's like 4 guards, like
Okay.
This is not the time.
2 on
So
each
can I?
2 on each side of the gate. This is the one that just kind of like walked up to kind of make sure you guys are cool, so to speak.
I'm gonna say. Oh, we heard you guys are struggling with the drought. I really appreciate you guys protecting the citizens. And I'm gonna attempt to shake one of the guards' hands.
Mm,
He kind of is taken aback for this sudden formality. Uh, he kind of looks you up and down and just shrugs and extends his hand.
Does he have anything on his wrist that seems of value?
Uh, Not really. He has like his gauntlet.
Anything?
He has his
Does
gauntlet.
he have anything on him that seems of value?
Uh,
I don't think you want to do this.
like
we're going to jail.
I mean, he does have like a coin pouch on his waist, but like I'm not like if you're trying to take the coin pouch, I'm gonna tell you right now. Even if you roll a high as shit sleight of hand, there's like 3 other guards that are looking in this general
Yeah.
direction. Uh,
Um. Yeah, I'm gonna think about it, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna back down.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
he kind of shakes your hand, and
I'm gonna step back.
he steps back and he does kind of like while the initial sort of like impression just kind of like seems to have taken him aback a little bit, he says, right, well, enjoy your stay in the city of Estoria.
We appreciate you saying so. And I guess we already thought about like heading to the tavern first, right?
Yeah.
I think that's our destination point to start making plans. Yeah.
Oh shit, I do need to show you guys the general map of the place. There we go.
Thank you.
I think that if this Dragon's Tooth Inn is as large as we are told, it is probably the most likely area that we could get a private room. I don't think we want anybody overhearing what we're saying until we've decided on whether or not we really want to be sort of out in the open about what we're doing.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
Kyra, who's kind of like slipping past the, moving, across all of you guys, says, okay. As you guys are walking through the south gate, she kind of still walking like side by side. You kind of like walk and talk, so to speak. Kind of turns to you guys and says, okay. Uh, no, remember that thing I did when I spread your story around to the people of the Heartlands? No doubt the word will of it has certainly reached this place, albeit to a lesser extent. So if somebody recognizes you on the street, just play along with it. Uh, you know, enjoy the eyes upon you, unless they're from like bad people, in which case, don't. Uh, She then says, I have some places to be here in the city, but I'm certain we're going to meet each other again very, very soon. Uh, so,
Where should we meet up?
oh,
You'll just find us? Is that like a thing that you can do?
uh,
I'm sure it is.
I'm certain I can find you. You are not, you know, that hard to find. And that's not an insult. That is, take that entirely as a compliment.
Yeah, I'll kind of laugh it off and be like, yeah, you're right.
Alright. So yeah, and she kind of with just fucking moves through the crowd with such swiftness that you could swear she's playing an Assassin's Creed game. Uh, she, she just kind of disappears into the crowd of the passersby in Astoria. Where are you guys going?
Sounds like the Dragon's Tooth.
hmm
I kind of want to visit the Dragon Shrine for personal reasons. Just saying.
Okay. Is that
Dragon
something that
Shrine? Is that
is that
something you want to
something?
do now, or you want to do that later?
I could do that later, but it's I'm gonna have to go there.
Yeah,
later.
okay.
That's understandable.
All right.
Is this some kind of a religious ceremony?
You could say that.
Would
It's
it
more.
be?
It's more.
Let's get a table real quick, and then we'll discuss all this stuff.
That's
I'm
actually
gonna
a
kind of
great
edge
point.
everyone inside.
Need a drink, guys. Need a drink.
Yeah.
As you guys are kind of moving across the city, sort of following the general layout of the City of Estoria, the instructions, our directions rather that you were given are pretty vague. But just the whole by the center of the city, the largest looking in buildings, kind of go off of that, and through following the general layout of the city, as you're moving through the streets, you pass by this. I forgot to pull out the party marker. What shall we use for the party marker? We're gonna.
Me,
You want to be the party marker?
I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Let's see. Where's there we go. Begin to move through the streets. As you're passing by one of the streets, you see this this tiefling looking woman seems to have like a almost like a merchant stand on the side with a couple of what kind of smell like wine pitchers. uh, and there's like a sign on the side of the stand, kind of like wooden, with this really rough in scripture in it that says something like free samples. She uh, you know sees you guys walk by and says, "Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, may I interest you in a free sample of our most delightful wine directly from the vineyards of Estoria?"
Oh yeah, of course.
She kind of hands you
Um,
like this pretty decently sized, kind of like uh, well, no, she holds like this decently sized like wine pitcher with a couple of small cups, around the not around the area. She fills up like five of them, six of them rather, and kind of like presents the platter with the little cups, to you guys.
as she's doing that, I'm gonna ask: is wine what this place is known for, or are you guys? Is this? Are you guys more like a ale kind of place?
She says, "Oh, the City of Estoria is known for many things, traveler. Uh, we are known for wine, for or ale, for smithing as well, and yes, of course, we are also known because of Lord Pythor, current king of Estoria. The god of battle and all of that."
Mm-hmm.
You
Is the
by
wine
chance?
good?
The wine is pretty good. How many cups do you take?
Just one.
Is one? Yeah, the wine is pretty legit. She did serve out six of these. Uh, you guys all grab them?
Oh yeah, I mean I grab one too. Yeah,
Yeah, I'll grab
I
one.
assume everyone grabs one.
I'll grab one too. Might
Let's
as
hope
well.
this isn't a mistake.
You guys all drink. The wine. This is pretty good. Uh, there would still be one, two, three, four, five. There would still be one left. Uh, which Exandri. Oh shit! Yeah, well, I remember we lost Cass a moment ago. Uh,
You said it froze.
yeah.
So she should be coming back.
Well, I will say, does anybody take Exandri's? I was gonna say she doesn't quite. This doesn't accept the last sample. Does anybody take her?
If she doesn't accept it, then I'll take it.
Give it to the big guy.
She
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What I say.
she then looks over. As you kind of come back the little cups. The woman just kind of places the pitcher down, places the platter to the side. Then she turns to look at you, and says, "That'll be one silver piece."
Oh yeah,
Lol.
Never said
I'll
the second one was free.
um, I'll happily play. That was good.
You
I'll toss over a silver.
toss a silver piece and she kind of catches
I'll toss a couple copper too as a tip. That costs like 3 copper.
Thank you for your patronage.
I have a general question. What is a regular tip?
A regular tip in the setting? Damn, you're hitting me with the hard hitting.
Like if I give somebody
40%.
5 copper, is that insulting or is it like, oh, thanks?
Like, uh, keep in mind the average. Like, if we're going by D&D standards, I'm not too still not quite too familiar with the setting specifically. But if we're going by D&D standards, most services such as food, lodging, drink, and the like cost anywhere from copper to silver. Rare
Mhm.
occasions where it actually costs gold.
Okay.
So copper silver is still acceptable. As like a tip or whatever.
Okay, cool.
So we're just gonna go off of that. Uh, so uh, you guys eventually move past this and get to this uh pretty big looking sort of like I guess you could call it like an open house, so to speak. Uh, it is kind of this nondescript looking like brick building with this kind of like carved accents that kind of make it stand out from the other nondescript brick buildings around it. You see that through the open door of this this open house, so to speak. Uh, you will see this regular influx of people kind of coming in and out in varying states of sobriety, even in the morning. Looks like life in Astoria is rough, so you kind of have to make up by drinking a lot. So you will see as yeah, it's over here. Uh, you will see as there appears to be this very permanent scent of food and very strange, well, not strange, but loud conversations that kind of emanate from the open door and the windows of this place. Uh, Amongst the people that you see there, well, you see of all types of things. Some look like commoners, villagers, farmers, perhaps, or merchants. Others look a little bit more able-bodied, almost as if like some members of the of the Historian Guard are like off duty here, and they just kind of hang around. Uh, Amongst the people that you see walking along the, around the area, you would spot this kind of like old-looking, white-haired man that looks like he's, you know, doesn't looks like he takes care of himself. Even from a distance, you can tell that this man has like very, sort of like, a good build, I guess, to him, as if he used to be a soldier, perhaps. Is kind of how he looks like. Uh,
Okay.
the man sees you walk in, kind of walks up and says, "Oh, welcome to the Dragon's Tooth. Name's Delphion. I'm the owner here. Oh man, I hate it when large groups appear. You're gonna have to give me a moment while I try and check if there's accommodations. That's assuming you're here for that, are you?"
We are, and also if it isn't too much to ask, do you have any kind of maybe a more private room available for all of us?
We have a couple of private tables over here. Uh, this spell, Delphian. A couple of private tables on the sides of the place. Rooms, well, assuming I still have one of the more expensive rooms out, I guess it could serve as a private room.
Expensive, and how much would that be?
Let me pull out my tavern prices. He will. No, for stay and lodging. Uh, he will say, uh, that'll that'll be 8 silver pieces per night.
8 silver pieces per night.
Correct?
Okay. Did we want to try to grab one of these private suites to speak in? Because if it's just tables, then like we're trying to be a bit hushed, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how loud is this tavern? I mean, are we like pretty confident that if we were to talk quiet, people would?
This conversation is pretty loud, even at the early, hours of the day. There is a prevalent, sound of raucous conversation, amongst the bar patrons. Uh, Chances are, if you're having like a conversation with one of the tables or rooms that are like a little bit to the side, probably not many people, if any, would be able to hear.
Okay.
I guess that'll have to do.
Well, if you do, sir, have one of these private suites available, I'm more than willing to pay. Please let me know.
Right. I guess you can just go find a table over there. Kind of points at those side, tables that are a little bit separated from the rest of the people here. It says, "I'll get back to you, or send one of the workers and see if once we confirm this."
Thank you.
He kind of walks off, and you see him kind of like gesture to some of the other what appear to be workers, that are around here. Uh,
Cool.
so, what do you guys do?
Well, I guess I'll try to look for a table that is the most
The
private.
most, yeah, great idea.
You see one that appears to kind of be in this little almost alcove of sorts, a little bit further away from the rest of the other tables in the locale. Mind you, this place is pretty big, so you can only go off the assumption that the first floor is dedicated to the restaurant, the tables, all the like, and the second is probably where the rooms are actually at. So due to the general layout of the place, you can assume that one of the tables may be one of the side tables, maybe probably close to one of the upstairs rooms, but you're not particularly sure if the walls are thin enough or the floor is thin enough for them to listen. But you do
I
find.
don't think we'd be particularly worried about that. I don't think people know us yet enough to.
Kyra specifically mentioned that although it may not be as word has got about us has gotten to here, even if it's not as we're not as well known as where we just were. My concern is not about like a commoner hearing about us and wondering if we're some great heroes or whatever. My concern is we just had a nightmare. We're clearly targets. It's a lot less about just the some person and more like an agent that could be doing something. I don't know. Maybe that's overly paranoid.
Or
Um,
I can play music so nobody can hear us. You know that, right?
True.
Easy.
But that would
Yeah,
actually kind of
wonderful.
draw their attention towards us, though. But
Well,
Yeah.
that's
I'm.
possible as well.
I mean, it's.
I think that I'm less worried about. I don't know.
Then I will go with the wisdom of the group.
You guys are.
Wisdom check.
Thinking about this way
Wisdom
too
check.
hard.
Wisdom check. Let's go.
Need I remind you? Your group includes a Satyr, a Goliath, a
Yeah,
Minotaur,
that's why private room.
and and like you guys you're definitely turned some heads when you walked in. But like
And
not sure if anybody's like interested enough to like just like eavesdrop on your conversation.
I mean, we got a bull monk, right?
Well, anyway, let's I guess head to this table and order some wine.
And then I'll play us the nice stank music.
Are you sure?
Yep, I will follow.
Are you sure you want to play music?
No.
Our royalty-free music, of course.
I'll grab his
No
instrument of choice from
demonetization.
him and say no.
Lies,
What's it? Derek.
Derek.
lies. I give myself.
I pick him up, say, "No, Derek, not this time."
I cast Bane on you, sir.
Do you really?
You guys are really doing this.
We're gonna
Not doing
play-
this. I'm telling Derek not to do this.
I'm just playing music. Come on.
Not
I'm
this
playing
time.
bard music. I'm not playing no weird stuff. I'm playing actual bard music.
Not at the moment.
Well,
wanna be
well, when
sneaky.
it's my turn, when I give a story or what I'm gonna say, I'll play music.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
I don't know,
That
pat him on
better.
the back and edge everyone
We're
to the
trying to be
table.
private right now.
Oh, I gotta tell you guys, it's not gonna be private, to be honest. What I gotta say is not really private. It's more like it's information you guys should actually know.
Okay.
All right.
Mhm.
So you guys, sit down at the table, order a couple of drinks of wine, or other form of beverage. So what do you guys do?
Well, I think the first thing that we probably want to discuss is these three tasks that we were given. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
We should definitely try to meet up with Pythor, that's for sure. And then I think Derek wanted to go to the Dragon Shrine, so we could go there too. And then maybe head to whatever the area was by the city.
Yes. So the other sort of concern is Kyra's opinion about how we should conduct ourselves and how we should carry ourselves.
I think Kara's.
I can't imagine that she would be attempting to steer us in the wrong direction.
Probably not.
No, I agree.
And it
I
might
actually kind
be.
of like her.
Oh, yes, certainly.
I think I like that she's honest, even if might not be what we want to hear. I think she's good.
So, should we attempt to conduct ourselves as the classic heroes of old tales and allow people to revere us and possibly give us things and whatever comes with fame and wealth?
Yeah.
I did think it was weird she was saying stuff like that. I don't agree with that entirely, but I'm not opposed to you guys living your life however you want to live your life.
I mean, we'll definitely have more allies if we try to be the good guys, but
Well, also,
Yeah.
yes, certainly. However, I mean, we'll also be if we're constantly getting attention. Some amount of this will backfire. I think we
true.
should just be
I don't think we should
prepared.
flaunt anything, yeah, but we're not hiding anything either, I think.
Okay.
That's
And
my current
Yeah.
position.
Yeah. And then if anything happens, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Zandri's got to say, well, I'm definitely not here for the fame, but I think it's just going to come with the territory of our job and our profits. I don't think we're going to be able to avoid the fame part, as some of these things that we are going to be doing may very well intertwine with the Titans and the gods of old. So I don't think we have a choice very much in that matter. I don't think we'll be able to do this discreetly.
We also
They're
don't.
too
right,
big of tasks
right,
to
they
go
are
under.
monumentous tasks.
We could also use our wealth and power for good. We don't have to let it get to our heads per se, or
Yes,
however.
we should
Word.
certainly attempt to keep each other in check if somebody does get a bit out of hand. Uh, and and also we need to if we are set on doing this together, which I believe we all are. This oath of fellowship is something that we should certainly do. But I have no clue on how to do it. Yes, we should. So maybe the next time we meet up with Kyra, we could ask, or if maybe there's like a priest at the Dragon Shrine or something, we could ask them how this works. Because if it affords us some form of protection, maybe that will be an extra layer that we'll have against like the Titans.
True.
I agree. Um,
So the first step after this then would be to head to the Dragon Shrine. I think.
Puma, that's where you want to head, or Derek, that's
Yeah.
where you want to head.
Yeah, we could, or should we go to the palace first and meet up with Pythor? Because we also have the. I'll grab the. What are the boar tusks, and put them on the table. We also have these to give to Pythor.
Yes, and you specifically were told to meet with him, weren't you?
Yes, that's
Pytho's your
also true.
dad, isn't it?
Yes. I've
Was
not seen
this-
him in a
Crazy,
long
are you gonna
time.
be meeting your father for the first time here, or are you guys buds?
No, first time.
So it was news to you when the Oracle relayed this information?
Yes.
Oh goodness.
What is your current opinion on your father? Do you like him? Do you hate him?
I honestly don't know.
Well, you've
Thank
already
God
honored
for-
him in some way.
Yes. True. But I guess I didn't know he was at the time. But I don't know.
Well, it's
Should
a lot
we-
to process.
Yes, it is.
So
It
you're
really
saying,
is.
so how you're saying it is you got daddy issues, sir.
No.
Oh no.
Oh God.
Kidding.
It's okay. It's okay to cry, sir. You big boy.
I don't
You smash.
cry. I smash my problems.
And then cry after. Got it.
Is there what kind of check would can I do a perception check or something to see if anybody is intently looking at us?
Sure. Yeah, roll my perception check.
Oh.
Uh, as far as anybody looking at you, I mean, from time to time you see like somebody, kind of like a like a couple of people that kind of seem to be just looking around, but like they don't seem to be specifically looking at you guys. It's like they're just kind of regularly looking around the tavern, see if they see anything interesting. With that perception check, however, you will hear a couple of voices. Pick up a couple of the conversations that are happening here. You see this you see these two women kind of sitting side by side, kind of sitting next to each other, have this, almost a gossiping conversation. Alongside this, two of them look human, the other one looks elven. They are kind of like talking to each other, and you overhear part of their conversation. The elven one says, "Did you hear? I overheard that King Acastus of Mitras has finally fulfilled his promise." The other one says, "You don't mean the..." And then the third one is like, "Yes, like you said before, to revive the Dragonlords vault. Oh, I know someone who knows someone who claims that he saw dragons flying above the city of Mitros, and that they came really close here to Estoria." And the first one that initiated the conversation says, "I heard that too, but until I see them with my own eyes, I don't think I can believe that." That's kind of like the conversation you pick up on.
Okay. Oh my god. Okay.
I don't hear that, do I?
I mean, you can make me a perception check and see if you pick up on that or something else. You also turn to, see or hear, anything else of note. Uh, you see these two sort of like worker looking that are kind of like having a couple of drinks.
What are these perception checks?
They're kind of having a couple of drinks, and you hear one of them, who seems to be a little bit drunker than the other, says, "I'm just saying, man. Everybody knows Princess Enora would make a far better ruler than King Pythor. Now, don't get me wrong. I like Pythor. I pray to him every day. I believe he's an upstanding man. But come on, man, he's a terrible king." The other one, who's sitting next to him, says, "Yes, dude, I know, but just don't say it out loud." Uh, and you, Drakgar, with that perception check, uh, you pick up on another conversation. Damn, guys, I'm running out of these. You pick up on another conversation. These two kind of like they don't look like they look kind of like soldiers. Seem to kind of be in their off time. One of them says, "You heard? There's a massive hurricane off the coast of Mitros. Could also arrive here within a few weeks if it stays its course, according to the scholars." The other one says, "Yes, I've heard. I also heard they closed down the roads in the city because of that storm. Well, it's not like we have any business around there. We already have our hands full here." Somebody has some noise in the background. Alright, there we go. That was so yeah, those are these conversations you overhear, but like nobody seems to be looking at you guys.
Okay. Fuck. At least we're not being like surveilled that we know of.
Mm-hmm.
I think I heard someone talking about dragons around here.
There were
So that's
some.
also something we need to watch out for.
Yes.
Um,
If the king has actually fulfilled this promise that he supposedly made, then we must be aware of what effects this will have. I suppose.
I don't know how I feel about this town.
Just for clarification, when they mentioned the dragons thing, they were talking about the city of Mitros, which is
Mhm. Yeah.
further down west from Estoria.
Yeah.
So should we?
Well, was there anything else that we wanted to discuss before we head over to the Dragon Shrine?
Mm,
Can we discuss what we need to go to the Dragon Shrine for?
Well, Derek has a religious or personal thing, and I believe that Porunga also has something.
Yeah, I'd
Like-
say something kinda, sorta. But me
Like
and
if we're gonna
me,
be
me
in,
it's what me and my lady were talking about when she kicked you out, you know.
Is this hidden knowledge? Are we not supposed to know what you were speaking of?
No, she told me, and it would be, what we could say, it would be wrong for me to keep this and then like just casually say it one time, and you guys are like, "What the heck? You didn't tell us this earlier." It's also because it was personal for me and her, but I feel like this part could be said, minus the other part, you know.
Well,
listening.
I won't
Okay,
push you,
We're gonna
but
be-
can I put that song there and play in the background?
yeah.
It's royalty free. It shouldn't be, DMC, of course. So that is it's kind of bull. Wait, where's the thing at? Where's the bot at again? Sorry.
Is he gonna sing this? Okay.
I'm not gonna sing it. It's just I'm just gonna tell the story while I play in the background.
Let's see.
I'm just
I for
voice chat spam thing on the on Discord for the music. So
'cause I saw it somewhere. Someone type it something in there. Or is it music links or something like that? Oh, right there.
I
Never
put
mind.
a little aside to whoever has admin rights in the Discord chat.
I'm sorry. I just
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I was saying, like, as a little aside, whoever has admin rights in the Discord chat, could you create another channel in the D&D category so we can just place the music button, so I don't have to scroll all the way up to be playing the music.
Never mind. That's not it. That's not it. That ain't it. That ain't it. Never mind. That's not it.
Did you not find the?
They got. Never mind. I got. Sorry about that.
There you go.
Sorry, that was the wrong one. I apologize. That was another link I posted. Apologies.
Uh,
I'm sorry. Well, I'll just begin with telling the story as I put this in. So while she had took you guys away from the room, after she had told all you guys about, your own possible, or what can you say, like, individual quests, I think you could say that.
Yep.
Mhm.
Is that one? Yes, it is. There you go. It should be pulling me a bit. Sorry. She told me about the future, vision she saw. Um, it was mostly about a calamity that's gonna fall upon this world if, of course, we don't really do this or survive what we're supposed to do, our main mission. Um, she told me a lot of crazy things about how it's gonna be, how if we fail, this whole world will fall, and she really, really wants us to actually do this and actually acquire all, or not acquire, but to finish all of our quests and try to save this world. But when she told me this, she gave me not in a good tone, more of like a dread tone, where she's worried that we might fail.
Nah, we're not gonna. I'll tap him on Derek on the back, saying, "Nah, we're not gonna fail. We got this."
I
I'll
know, I
drink to
know,
that.
I know.
I'll choose
That's
to.
that's that's what I promised her, that we're gonna do this. We're gonna end up saving this world, and we'll we go down like what the lady over there, Miss what's her name again? Okay, that
Ira.
one. Yes, that one chick. She'll write us down in history. Well, that's what she said. I also plan on coming back to her, so I'm gonna keep my word as we both exchange a promise. So I'm gonna come back to her, which means I will do my absolute best in not stopping this calamity that's gonna come upon us. And another note, unless people are aware or not, I do have a symbolic thing with dragons, as I am actually a kind of a dragon lord.
Kind
Of
of.
what?
What do you mean by that?
I don't got my stuff technically. I have a bunch of um equipment, like clothes, armor, that is hidden away. What she told me at that one city at the west. My brain's not really working right now, since it's a lot of stuff I'm taking hold of right now. What she told me.
Do you know
Um,
anything about a dragon attacking a a, a, a group of minotaurs by chance?
Most likely not, because I've been sleeping, and it's only been a couple weeks since I've been awake. So technically I don't know much. Wherever I know is what we know, because I just traveled a bit and I found you guys. I mean, I might put some information, but dragon stuff I don't know. But I do know is I need to find me a dragon. That's all.
You have to find a
Are
dragon?
you, are you fight a dragon or find?
I gotta train a dragon.
Well,
What?
I just overheard some women gossiping about a dragon that was seen flying above Mitros. Whether or not there's any validity to the statement, I couldn't say, of course, but at least we know another place we certainly need to head is there.
Well, I'm
Well,
not gonna lie to you, Derek. One of my main personal goals is to kill a dragon. So let's hope we don't run into the. Let's hope you don't befriend the one that needs to die.
look, if I can get just a dragon egg, I'll be fine. You know, if you can kill a dragon, that's cool with me. I mean, I might be a little upset that you do it, because you know I am a dragon lord kinda. I don't got my stuff, so I'm
Dragon
technically I'm
killed
not.
my entire family.
Look, sir, it's not my fault. You guys can't kill better. Okay.
I'm gonna
Oh,
step up to Derek a
damn.
little bit. I'm gonna stand up from my seat. Keep talking.
Stand up for
The ale is going
Oh.
through everybody's body right now.
I'll push you in the back. It ain't worth it. It ain't
Keep
worth it.
talking.
do see at this point like a couple of people turning their heads because not only are you playing music through all of this, but they just see a Minotaur stand up with his fists clenched, looking at you, Derek. So they are, there's a couple of people kind of turning their heads, like,
Oh.
what's happening?
God damn it.
Watch it, buddy. I got a loot, and not for to
He
use
grabs
it.
the loot from his hand.
Hey,
Maybe
guess what?
I like break them up. I extend my arms out and
okay.
separate them.
You guys are doing this. That's gonna be a three, shall we say a triple threat athletics check to see who
I
gets.
don't want to damage anything. I don't want to damage the loot or
No,
anything. I just want to
you're
take.
not hurting each other. It's just to see if you either snatch the loot out of his hands or you guys get separated by Drakgar.
Fight me.
A triple athletics check. You said
Athletics.
do.
Yes.
triple. Okay.
Oh god, I tripped from my seat.
Dude,
as I
Mitch's
stand.
roll is perfect.
Yeah.
Get wrecked.
You both kind of get like pushed aside by Drakgar as he kind of like stands up and puts his big ass arms like in front of both you guys.
Look, I understand we have more important stuff to worry about.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody needs to just calm
Chill.
down.
We're in a public area.
Look, I know what happened in the past. Okay. For what's worse, as even though I'm not a full dragon lord just yet, I will apologize as a kind of a dragon lord, but I will apologize to you again once I become a full dragon lord. That I'm sorry that the dragons took out your family and or villages. That I'm still kind of almost drunk with the ale.
I appreciate that.
Don't
I don't have
worry.
anything against all dragons. I have problems with one dragon.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm still like I probably one of the last ones out, the real last ones out there. So like I could change stuff. It's okay. Look, I could change things. So I'll make sure this never happens again, even though it did. I promise. All I need is a dragon egg. Don't worry, I just need a dragon egg and then just train a dragon.
I'm gonna pour myself and Derek another drink.
And we get hammered.
Oh my
Like,
God.
What
I'd
time
like
is
to
it?
reiterate that it's like noon.
Still,
Yeah, okay.
it's not
Like,
even
we rolled up on
it's
this
not
plan.
even noon yet.
Like, didn't we get here in the
Hell yeah.
morning?
Yeah, you
Hell
got
yeah, let's
you
go,
got
brother.
here at around almost the crack of dawn, not quite. You got here like what 7 a.m. probably.
Okay.
It is more so like breakfast time here than it is like 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 a lunchtime or whatever. Uh, I'll say
Moment here.
it's probably been walking around the city talking. I'll say it's getting to like 9, a.m. somewhere.
Mhm.
But like actually on that note, we are actually way past the halfway point of the session. Do you guys want to take a quick 5-minute break? And
Yeah, I would appreciate that
Sure.
if possible.
all right.
Yeah.
In that case, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be back to continue all of this. Let me pause the recording for a moment. All right, we are back from our 5-minute break, and we have returned right as Derek has finished regaling the party with the story that he promised them once they arrived. All right, so right, like I said, you guys did garner like a couple of eyes on you, earlier with that little close to an outburst that almost happened. Uh, so, what are you guys doing now?
Should we head out before it gets even more eyes on us, per se?
Well, Derek, are you in any state to visit the Dragon Shrine and conduct whatever business you have there?
Give me like 2 hours. Think I'll be fine after that. Yeah.
2 hours. All right.
Yeah.
Well, that should be just enough time to head to where I need to go.
Just drag me on the way. Think I'll be okay.
All right,
Excellent.
and I'll pick him up and drag him along.
Okay. So where are you wanting to go? Well, like I'm asking this question to the
Just
party in general. What is the next move?
see Pythor? Or what do you guys think?
I mean, he's your dad, so if you got to meet your father, then no one's gonna stand in your way.
Yeah.
He's
Uh,
also
also-
the literal god of war, right?
Yeah, and we also have something to give him from previous encounter.
Yes. So we have you have an offering for him. I suppose we as a group have an offering for him. And then you have some personal business, I assume, and maybe it'll be possible for us to, try to get some help from him or something.
That is true.
So I guess we'll go there first. Hopefully,
And then
Derek will
hopefully
be.
sobered up, and then we can go to the Dragon Shrine.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess on the way, I'm gonna ask Drakgar, do you know if you have siblings? Are you one of a kind, or does your father have many kids?
As far as I know, I'm the only one. All this is news to me.
Anybody who wants to disprove that theory, roll me a history check.
But he probably has others.
Oh, I will definitely do a history check with my proficiency in history.
I love
Yes.
history. I love history.
So Pythor,
Not enough.
Pythor, god of battle, is both famous and infamous at the same time for producing a lot of offspring. To the point where it's said that he often loses track of just how many of his kids are out there in the world. Mind you, this doesn't mean he is by any means, like an asshole. In fact, any history that is told about him, about his previous partners, shall we say, often, portray him as a fairly attentive, man. However, of course, duty often calls for him as now the king of Estoria. A couple of hundred years ago, this is probably not the case. However, it is said that there's a good number, well, like exact number of Pythor's offspring is never really been stated. It is said there is a good number of them out there.
Okay, then if I would relay that if it was like an actual question.
In fact, you just kind of like moments ago overheard one of the rumors that two workers who seem to be talking about somebody named Princess Anora, which you're not sure if it's like princess by blood, to Pythor. But yeah, so
Drakgar, no, you have many siblings, so many that nobody really keeps track, not even Pythor himself.
Damn. Sounds like a problem.
It, as far as I'm aware, that they're not spoken about in such a negative fashion.
no,
But I think that you should be prepared to not exactly be recognized.
Right.
But who knows?
I
Maybe
get
it'll be
it.
a positive experience.
True. Could be.
So you guys head out of the Dragon's Tooth, and it is almost exactly around the time where you head out of the Dragon's Tooth that you see this kind of detachment of guards kind of begin to kind of gather in front of the Dragon's Tooth. As you exit out, you for a moment think like there might be some altercation that they are like answering to, but you very quickly realize that they might actually be here for you. You see one of them kind of like speak up and says, "Salutations. On behalf of the King of Estoria, Lord Pythor, God of Battle, I have been ordered to escort you to the palace. Word of your presence in the city has gotten around."
Oh, excellent. That's
Please, we're not in
essentially
trouble.
where we were heading.
There's kind of like this look that some of the guards like exchange with each other as if they're like, "Are we sure we got the right guys?" Type of thing. And then the guy who seems to be wearing kind of like the officer insignia, looks over at you guys and says, "Please, allow us to escort you to the king's palace."
Okay.
I'd say, let us go. Onward.
The detachment of guards kind of like go sort of around you guys, like as if making this quote unquote barrier of sorts to kind of separate you from the rest of the crowd as they walk you towards the king's palace. Along the way, you've kind of looking around the city as you're being escorted around the towards the king's palace. uh, you will see as one of the guards kind of brushed a little bit to the side by like this big ass centaur man who kind of like pushes past him, and you know before sort of realizing that he seems to be escorting you guys, he just kind of the guard quickly apologizes, but the centaur just kind of looks at him and says, "You thought I was a horse, didn't you?" He kind of like shakes his head and like as if completely ignoring the guard, just kind of like walks off.
Goodness.
You see as what is everybody's passive perception?
It is a 12.
Oh, yeah, I think mine's at
You can write it down in the chat.
20.
A lot of 12s here.
I have a 13.
30. So Exandri and Juno, you two notice something, and Derek, I guess. You guys all notice a little bit. So something weird. It's as if there's like this though the guards presented themselves with like this, very formal, approach to you guys, and are currently walking you through the streets of the city towards towards the king's palace. By the way, we now have a regular party token that we can use. Uh,
Oh, heck yeah.
there we go. You will notice, Derek, Juno, and Exandri, there's something off. Uh, the look that some of the guards' faces seem to portray as you're walking, with them seems to kind of be one of nervousness, of uncertainty. As they kind of like look, they seem to be preoccupied about something.
We are walking to the right place, though.
From what you can tell from the general layout of the city, you are. They just seem to have something on their mind as they're doing this. Do you guys say anything, or you just gonna continue?
I don't
Does
notice.
my character know that we're going in the right direction?
I mean, you do seem to be kind of going up, the hill. Cause hold on, let's see. There is a side view of the city a little bit lower on the map here. So from what you can tell, the further up you seem to go, the more important looking the buildings are. You do seem to be approaching one that seems particularly large, which you can probably identify as the palace. Uh, so, yeah, were you guys gonna say something?
I think I might try to pull Matthias, and I might be making eye contact with the group to make sure everyone else is seeing what I'm seeing, and anyone that doesn't, I'm gonna try to pull aside and
Well, it's
inform them.
happening as you're walking, towards the thing. So you probably wouldn't be able to just stop, otherwise that'll be too noticeable.
So only Juno, Xandri, and Derek. No, yeah, Derek noticed that it.
Yeah, only those three notice this.
I guess I just
Kind of what? I think my audio cut out for a moment there.
I said I guess I just continue with my guard up.
Okay. And yes, what's it called? And yes, Alexandri, because you are from Estoria, you would kind of know, you are heading the right direction. So, as you kind of continue walking, you eventually reach what you believe, some of you would know is the King's Palace. It is this, how should I call it? It is this very tall building that looms over the rest of the city. There's large windows that are angled in such a way so as the light of the outside kind of seems to, very much illuminated the inside. Despite the general gloomy, feeling atmosphere to some of the segments of the city. This building stands proud and tall as a light, a beacon of sorts for the people. You're led through this set of extravagant-looking double doors, and as you walk through the halls of the palace, you will notice this displays of sorts that seem to portray past glory. You see this, displays of old items that through the small shall we say, embroidery, like general, what's the word in English? Uh, I guess like paintings and the like seem to be referring to or dating back at the very least to ancient events, from the First War and a little bit after. There's like this really large tapestries that show this history of the city of Estoria, you know, and even some that show, King Pyther's like greatest exploits as he's portrayed in various heroic scenarios, fighting greatest hordes of enemies as he, uh, you know, stands victorious amongst all of them. At some point, you are brought to this very large door that you see a couple, two more guards kind of like standing side by side with. The guards that are kind of escorting you all kind of stay clear and kind of stand to the sides of the hallways, while the officer kind of turns back to you guys and says, "This is the place. Please." He kind of moves to the side and gestures for the doors to be open for you whenever you're ready.
Yeah, walk inside, I guess. Or wait, no. Are we we're not inside at the moment. We just open the doors to get inside.
Just about to open doors to the throne room. What do you think
Okay.
is the throne room?
Well,
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear it right. My bad.
I'll follow your lead, Drakgar. This is sort of your thing.
Well, I guess we'll proceed then.
So you open the doors to the throne room. And, well, you were expecting, like well, I'm not sure what you were expecting, but it probably isn't what did you see. You see, when the doors open to give way into this, it's really sort of grandiose looking throne room. Uh, you see, well, who else but King Pythor standing amongst a group of what you can assume to be his assistants or other forms of, people who help him out. Kind of like this noble men and women who seem to be acting as almost like chaperones of sorts for Pythor. Uh, Pythor, however, the tall, muscular man with long hair, long beard, piercing blue eyes, and a powerful build. However, appears to be in a state that you did not expect him to be. There is a drunken sway in his step as he seems to, through slurred speech, be trying to pick fights with statues that represent the five gods. You hear he kind of seems to be looking at one that appears to be of Valus, the goddess of wisdom, and he says, "You, you think you're so smart up there with your king and your fancy city? What do you know about struggling to earn your position?" You see one of the attendants of King Pythor can like walk up to him as they seem to, say something along the lines of, "Lord Pythor, I believe there's something you must." And then before they finish their sentence, Pythor just kind of pushes them to the side. And even though for him it looks like just like a small, sort of like push, like a gentle shove. At least the motion that Pythor does. The attendant then gets fucking pushed back like 10, 15 feet as he kind of like falls backwards, and the other attendants kind of have to gather around him. Pythor kind of turns around and says, uh, sorry about that. It's quite fine, Lord Pythor, but I believe there's something you must know." Uh, they all of the attendants kind of like turn to the entrance of the throne room, and well, you guys can place yourselves down over here.
I have a question. Would I know if this is normal or abnormal?
You would know this is not normal.
Not
While Pythor does, enjoy drink, and the like, there's very rare occasions. I don't. You probably actually never seen him like this. Where he's just like this, shit-faced drunk. Uh, like a sad, drunk. He tends to be a very happy drunk. Uh, the the attendants can like turn their heads, to you guys as the other guards who escorted you here just kind of, stand back, realizing that this is quite a tense situation. Pythor sees you guys, kind of stares at your general direction for a moment, and then,
Um,
oh yeah, what were we gonna say?
I was just gonna say I'll do whatever formal greeting would, maybe if it was like a bow or whatever is the formal greeting of this land. I would do that.
I'm still Lord
um. Can my character approach because she's more concerned than anything, and she's
Yeah,
going to
same
ask.
here.
She's going to ask, I guess, one of his maids that are up there, like what is going on and what has brought him to this state.
As you ask that, the maid is unable to answer because Pythor looks over at the rest of the attendants, at all attendants, and says, "You all leave us." The attendants kind of like, in a very hushed manner, is gonna begin to gather their stuff, pick up the one that fell, and just kind of begin to walk past you guys. As they're passing you by, one of the attendants to Pythor kind of like, leans over to you, Exandri, and says, "Lord Pythor is going through quite a lot. Adbai is handling things with care here." And they, they all kind of like eventually walk past the rest of you guys and get out of the throne room. As these guys were leaving, Pythor himself began to kind of walk, almost stumble over to the throne at the back of the place, and kind of sits his ass down on the throne in a very non-regal manner. And as you guys are approaching, uh, Pythor kind of turns to look at you guys and says, "All right, you are the Oracle's chosen, yes?
That is correct.
Come closer, let me tell you of my woes." He kind of takes like a deep breath as one of his hand that is resting on the armchair of the throne, kind of reaches to the side of his head as if he's struggling to think of what he is going to say to you guys. You might not want to approach too close. You then hear him kind of, take a look at you guys and says, "I've been told of the rumors of how you all defeated the boar in the Heartlands. And well, I say rumors, but I know that you did. Even now that my power isn't quite what it used to be, I felt your tribute being given to me. And for that, I thank you. I thank you for offering to me the kill of such a strange yet intriguing beast. For that, what is the procedure here?" He kind of like stands up, still kind of having a drunken sway to his posture. So he scratches the back of his head. He seems to be thinking of something. Mm, yeah. Right. The reward, I was thinking. It may be because I'm a bit drunk at the moment, but This seems like a good idea, so let's do it. Um, Lord Pythor, King of Estoria, God of Strength, to you who have saved the people of the Heartlands, I offer to you my sincerest gratitude, and swear to you an oath of service, so as to provide for you whatever you may need in as far as accommodations go in while you are in my city. Food, lodging, maybe a change of clothes, those will be provided for as long as the oath is in effect.
That is very kind.
We thank you. And then I'll say I also got this for you, and I grab the tusks from the boar, and then I hand it to him.
He looks at you and, like, you kind of present the boar tusk and kind of he sits back down on the throne and just kind of scratches the side of his head and says, yes, put those over there. I'll have the attendants mount them on the wall some other time. He kind of gestures to like the side of the area. So, where was I? Right. My woes and me telling you about them. As he's about to say this, another, you hear the doors to the throne room open once again. And you see like two guards kind of like trying to catch up to, well, who else but Kyra, who walking into the throne room as if she owns the place.
I love her.
And you see the two guards kind of like running behind her as she seems to be very easily outrunning them. As the guards kind of like walk up and they're like 10-15 feet away from Kyra and kind of like reaching out trying to like stop her. You see Pythor kind of wave his hand and kind of gesture for the guards to just walk away to get out of here. And the and the guards just kind of like stop in their tracks. They look like confused for a moment and then they just like slowly slink back out of the throne room. Kyra, almost as if not even looking at the guards, walks up and says, "Well, whatever your woes are, I'm not sure you're going to solve them by drinking yourself into a stupor. Oh, hello, by the way." She looks at the rest of you guys.
I wave and be like, hi.
Just slightly bow.
She looks over at Pythor and says, "Brother, it's been some time." Pythor looks over at Kyra and says, "Right. I should have known you would be here." The Pythor just kind of says, "Yes, but what else can I do, sister? But drink it. The oath of peace binds me, binds my very powers, binds my hands, and now the Titans conspire to steal away my precious little daughter, Anora." Oh, geez, that sounds really, really bad. If only there was people that could, help you with this type of situations, right?
Can my character butt in and sound really concerned and she'll be like, Dad, what's wrong with sis? Where's Honora?
She
Wait, what?
What?
over
Hold
at,
on a second.
looks
Many kids.
looks over at the rest of you guys, and for a second he kind of like blinks a couple of times as if he just now like recognized you. Uh, and he says, "Oh, little Alexandre. Yes, yes. Oh, don't worry about Nora. She is in a safe place, away from the clutches of the damnable Order of Sidon."
All right, who here isn't related to Pythor?
I mean, it's not me.
Aren't those the guys we just fought earlier at the Or is that someone else?
So if you've run into them, good. That makes things easier. At this point, the drunken state seems to slowly be fading away. And he says, that makes things easier. Yes, the Order of Python, the Order of Sidon is here in the city. But I will advise you right away. Do not raise your weapons against them. They are here as guests. And for as much as it pains me to house those who have no doubt will have no qualms in bringing destruction down on the walls of my city, well, as you know, the oath of peace prevents us gods from acting against the well those who serve directly the Titans.
Mm. Black.
But don't worry about Honora, little Alexandre. She's safe. Trust me.
Can I insight check him? He's drunk.
I get to show the NPC portrait of Pythor. Where is he? There we go.
Can she first off, she's gonna look over at Kyra and she's gonna be like, I knew you weren't abnormal.
Oh, wait, hold on. You're telling me you didn't know who I was? I thought you were all just playing dumb.
Damn.
Well, yeah, Exandrius Pythor's daughter.
Wait, does that mean? Hold up.
You two are
Oh,
somewhat.
Dad, by the way, this is apparently my brother.
Hold up.
Kind of looks over at the Drakgar and kind of raises an eyebrow, or rather like squints to kind of like look at you. And he says, wait a moment. You. Come closer. If you really are my child, well, then I must embrace you like one of my own.
I guess. Oh,
He
I
kind
guess I would.
of like stands up from the throne and walks over to you. And mind you, you are pretty tall. Pythor is damn near just as tall as you are.
Damn.
He for a human-ish looking person, that's kind of very rare to be like on size comparable to Goliath's. He looks over at you and kind of like extends his arms as if like to kind of like welcome you in a hug.
And I'll welcome back.
Could you make me an athletics check?
Athletics Joe, bring it, dude. Oh, dude, this is gonna be funny.
Holy shit.
Boom.
Really?
Nice.
Let's see how you fare against a literal god. Let's see.
Oh shit.
Dang.
Is a it looks from the rest of you guys' perspective, it looks less like a hug. It looks more like a bear hug, like a fucking press. As you see these two muscle-bound individuals just kind of like fucking squeeze each other, very hard. And Dragguard, you if you were a lesser person, you would probably be in pain. You still feel like the fighter's strength is a real deal, as you would expect from a deity. He, after this hug like extends, he can breaks the hug and kind of like looks at you, puts his hands on your shoulder and on your shoulders, and says, "Here, hold on. Let me take a closer look at you." And he kind of grabs your face and begins kind of like stretching your features to kind of like moves your head to the side, like trying to identify like well, not identify, but almost as if he's analyzing your features. He looks at you, Drakgar, and I mean, like, unlike the hug, when he's moving your head around, there is no like roughness to the movements. It's as if, you know, him being able to contain his own strength at this point. Is being gentle enough so as to not like twist your neck, while he's moving your face around. And after a bit, he kind of like stops and kind of like takes kind of leans back a little bit, takes his hands off your face and says, "Right. I remember your mother, Ophia. Yes, she was incredible. But I'm afraid I have bad news for you, son.
Oh my.
Oh no.
Your mother, she has been taken away, stolen by a damnable green dragon named Hexia.
Damn.
I was powerless to stop her. Happened right underneath my nose. If I had known that this was going to transpire, she would have never been taken away." And he kind of like slams his hand down on the armrest of the throne nearby, and it just shatters it, turns it into dust in an instant. Not the throne itself, just the armrest segment. And he says, "Oh, sorry about that." He kind of turns to look at the rest of you guys. And then, while kind of patting you on the shoulder, Drakgar, he says, I see you've ran into quite a couple of interesting people along the way, including your sister."
Yep. That's a lot of news to me. But yes.
Xander's just shaking her head right now.
I can understand.
I am.
I can understand this being a bit
Yes.
shock for you. It tends to be the case. Trust me, I love all of my children. I just lose track of them sometimes.
And
But I have not forgotten for a second about your mother. We'll. I wish there's something we could do now. But sadly, there's another matter that is pressing to us at the moment.
yes, we got some work to do.
Hold on. Before we continue talking business, could you, like, flex for a moment? I want to make sure you inherited my muscles.
Alright, I flex. I start flexing.
You flex, and Pythor kind of does the same, and kind of seems like he's measuring, like like how developed your muscle mass is compared to his. Uh, for a human and more human looking body that Pythor possesses. It was pretty close. He kind of then like nods as he like stops flexing and says, "Right. You are indeed my son."
This is the
Jesus.
weirdest family reunion.
You're right.
He like turns to look at the rest of you guys and says, "Well, I lost myself for a moment there. Apologies to all of you. Just think, have my children been particularly good companions during your travels?"
Oh yes, certainly.
That's good to know. Make sure to protect them everywhere you go. He kind of like pats you on the back at Drakgar and says, "Well, please go join the rest of your friends."
Your friends. Thanks, Dad.
Xander's gonna kind of pipe up, and she's gonna be like, Dad, would you be able to spare a bullet later? I have a couple questions I'd like to ask you in private."
"Yes, of course. For my children and the friends of my children, I have all the time in the world."
Also, I haven't forgotten about Honora. Is she here, or?
"She is here. Trust me, she's in a safe location. But on that subject, there is something that is, well, his face kind of like seems to, though now more sober. His face kind of goes back to that sort of like grim, you know, depressed sort of like look that he had the moment before realizing that his children walked amongst the rest of you. Now in a more serious, looking face and a more serious tone of voice. He says, "All right. A couple of weeks ago, the Order of Sidon sent a group of soldiers to Estoria with some outrageous demands. They claim that the Lord of Storms demands a sacrifice, and that the Titan himself demanded that my sweet Anora be chained at the Rock of Estor and left as an offering to Sidon. Anora, she is my latest child, if you want to put it some way. Her mother passed away some time ago. And much like my other wives, of course I loved her deeply. Sidon has set up an ultimatum. If by the next full moon a sacrifice is not offered in the Rock of Estor, then tribes of centaurs will descend upon the city and raze it to the ground.
They can try.
Trust me, if I was in my younger years and not affected by this oath of peace, I myself would go down to those centaurs and strike them where they stand. However, because of the fact that they've sworn themselves to the Titans, they, by technicality, count as, well, the troops of the Titans, and therefore affected by the Oath of Peace. Sidon has already starved the city with the latest drought. And trust me, that bastard always does good with his threats. If this sacrifice doesn't go through, then thousands of people will perish. But I can't do that. I cannot allow them to take away the life of one of my precious children.
We won't let them take her. We'll find a way to fix this.
I've thought of a couple of solutions, but, well, part of me was expecting that an answer to them would come from the scouts. And in a sense, well, all of you did appear. Perhaps if we think of something together, we can think of a way to prevent this dreadful sacrifice from taking place. Go ahead.
Xandri's gonna look really, really worried, and she's going to sort of kind of start pacing back and forth as she likes turning the cogs in her brain to find a solution.
You said turning the cogs of her head and what? My audio glitched out for a moment.
Oh, as like Xandri starts pacing back and forth as like she starts to like think really hard on what solutions could be used as the altar sacrifice, and she'll pause for a second and ask her dad what other options he has come up with so far as she starts to pace again.
Well, there is one, but I'm not going to force you to take this option. You see, I am quite familiar with the centaur tribes around the Heartlands. They are tough opponents, but honorable nonetheless. If we can
Ooh.
somehow find the chieftain of the centaurs and well, obviously I can't do that. But if this chieftain was to be defeated in honorable combat, that may just be enough to convince them to step away, or at the very least demoralize them from their attempt on the city.
I could challenge him.
Kyra then speaks up and says, "That is the most horrible idea I've heard all week." And
Oh my god.
I like the plan.
Holy fuck.
and
Let's go.
and I've been traveling with this people. No offense. She then
Mm,
she then says, "That is suicide, Pythor. You know that as well as I do."
why do you say this is suicide? Is this chieftain like the best fighter around or something?
Well, I'm not going to claim that it is that I am familiar with the specific chieftain that may be leading this band of roaming centaurs. I know centaurs are ferocious warriors, and, well, strong in their own right. And don't get me wrong, you guys are strong. I've seen what you've done firsthand, but trust me, I don't think you're prepared to face, well, the strongest, a particularly strong centaur warrior.
Um,
I pose another. So, what were you gonna say, Sandri?
uh, Zandri was gonna ask because this is happening at the next full moon, correct?
Uh
She would ask just generally to everybody in the area how many moons until the next full moon.
huh. Pythor kind of seems to think in his head. You can tell he's having a hard time doing it, and he says, 3 days. 3 days from now.
Oh god, that's it?
Damn. You don't have much time.
Kyra says, "I propose a different idea. You see, Sidon enjoys a tribute to him, regardless of which shape it comes in. There
We could.
is a chance that we can probably appease him by sacrificing a certain number of particularly important animals. Let's say 50 or so oxen."
I could do that. Gotta figure out where to find that many, but
Do we have access to 50 or so cattle?
Pythor looks over at you guys and Kyra and says, "That would be a great detriment to the farms of Estoria. I cannot potentially put the people through more hunger than they've already been through. I mean, it's a doable number, perhaps, but it's not entirely quite what I was expecting. Assuming the Order of Sidon accepts this as a replacement for the sacrifice, it theoretically could work. I still like my idea better."
same here.
Kara says, "Oh, of course you do, you never change."
Oh goodness.
The fighter then kind of looks at the rest of you guys and says, "Any ideas?"
I'm kind of with Pythor on this fighting thing, and I'll flex my muscle. I could take him.
Xandri's gonna stop pacing for a second, and she's gonna yet again just address everybody in the room, nobody specifically, and she's gonna be like, Versi, when we were receiving our profit from her, didn't she mention a location with a weapon or something about receiving a gift that could help us defeat the Titans?"
Yes. She did mention that there was some kind of somewhere that we had some forge that we had to go to.
Kyra speaks up and says, "Wow, you don't tell me anything, but when Pythor shows up, you start speaking about divisions. I see how it is."
Well, if you would have told me you were our auntie in the first place, I would have told you sooner.
Oh goodness.
Said, I thought for sure you figured out my identity a while ago, like all the way back at Sour Vintage. But
I kind of did. I wrote about it in my diary.
I'm not sure if that thing you're talking about specifically is one of the great tasks that we were given. One of the three. I can't imagine us completing it in 3 days, enough time to have it be useful. I'm not sure.
You said something about gathering weapons against the Titans. That's
Well,
that almost sounds like the weapons that were used by the first Dragonlords. The well, weapons that now lie entombed in the necropolis of Telemach.
Yes, that place exactly. And I believe somebody else also had a personal prophet that also had to deal with the Acropolis, right?
I think I'm a little sober now.
yes, but I mean, the necropolis itself it must be at least a day away.
It is, perhaps more. Assuming you brave the dangers that lie on the way there. A,
And there's no
a necropolis is infamous for having hordes of undead in its surroundings. Well, maybe hordes is exaggerating it a bit, but they're certainly not the best of presence around the area.
yeah, there's no guarantee that even if we made it there sooner than a day, that we'd be able to accomplish this task in that amount of time. I mean, if we only have three, yeah, Porunga, I think that although it may put a strain on the farmers in the area and maybe the people here as a whole, we can at least be sure that as long as we can be sure that the drought will cease and things will effectively go back to normal and there won't be any raids from centaurs, then sacrificing the animals is clearly the life of an animal is worth the lives of all the people here.
Oh, for sure. I mean, so I apologize. I got ahead of myself and didn't fully explain my thought. What I was thinking is, I don't think we ourselves have to be the ones who collect the oxen. I mean, people hopefully just naturally would want to assist with that. I don't think we need to be the ones who personally acquire them, but as a fallback plan, wouldn't it be better not to just put all of our eggs in one basket, so to speak?
Well, what would trying to acquire these weapons do?
Well, not only does it start us on our path, but if we could acquire them and the sacrifice for the oxen doesn't go completely as planned, I mean, he could accept them, but then require even more tribute, or he could not accept them and have the Centaurs descend upon the city. And she's going to kind of blush for a second because she doesn't really know how to reword this next part. Um, Dad's not as young as he used to be,
Oh goodness.
and although I believe we could all put up a really good fight, um, he seems rather worried that the Centaurs would win at the end. So,
Oh, I definitely trust your skills in battle. And then Kyra speaks up and says, "It is I who wish that we take a little bit more caution than our usual approach to things." By,
I happen to agree with Kyra.
by the way, Pythor, I need to share with you some of the stories that are written of these people.
Oh no.
She says, "Oh, by the way, don't worry. I make sure that all of them are well, made to make them all look as good as possible." Oh, I do hope that my current attitude doesn't, let you guys to believe that I dislike any of you or anything. It's just well, I come back to this. I come back to the city. I pass by to visit Dad, and he acts like he doesn't remember me. And I then see my brother in a drunken stupor, like a sad drunk. Yes, it's put a damper in my mood, so to speak.
At least he noticed you when you walked in the room. I was here for a good solid 5 minutes before he noticed.
I'm really sorry, City.
I grew up here.
I'm really sorry.
And then she's gonna look at Dad, and she's just smiling because she's like doing this like fun banter.
Yep.
She's just like teasing him.
I'm really sorry. It's just a lot in my mind at the moment. You must understand. Kyron just kind of shakes her head and says, "Whew, you still have the library, right? You didn't replace it for like a man cave?" Pyther then turns to Kyron and says, "Yes, it's still there." Okay, I'm gonna go read something and probably come up with a better idea than all of this. Do try the oxen plant, however. But if it doesn't work, well, let's hope it does.
Is there no way to guarantee that it will work? Can we not communicate in some way with this Order of Sidon and at least ask them?
Well, Pythor kind of says with like almost very meek, disposition to him. Says, "You can actually ask them right now. They are currently a number of or members of the Order of Sidon staying as guests within the palace." And Kyra says, "Oh, now I'm really getting out of here before things get out of hand. If anybody looks for me, I'll be in the library." And she kind of steps away from the throne room.
I'm very much interested in this library. I will want to check that out later after we've sort of come up with what we're doing. Unless we can do research in there to find out if there's a different way to do something.
Pythor says, I've tried, but I come up empty. Perhaps.
Here's another kind of far-fetched idea.
Yeah.
We only have 3 days, so I don't know how well it could be executed, but I feel like you can execute anything, Dad, because you're super awesome. But, like, I really don't want to say this because obviously we don't worship him. But what if on the night where we have to sacrifice the oxen, we throw a festival in his name as well?
Oh, yeah.
Raises an eyebrow and says, I am against the idea. But that is assuming that they are going to accept the oxen as a suitable replacement. Anything really is good at this point, as long as it doesn't involve shedding the blood of my of little Anora.
I agree. I love Sis. I don't want that to happen to her. But I'm just trying to think of something that would try and guarantee him accepting the oxen. And if there's a small festival and him and Cassie forgot her name.
Lutherian?
Is it Luthera?
Lutherian?
So if we have the festival in Silence and Lutheria's name, I mean, it would only essentially help booster the sacrifice, right?
Well,
I mean, I know a lot of us wouldn't want to do it, but if people understood the reason as to why.
You're a bit ahead of schedule, I would say, little one. There is the Festival of Wine that takes place every so often across amphitheaters all across Thylea. I believe the amphitheater here is run by a priest of Sidon. Or was it Lutheria? It's hard to keep track of those two.
Okay, that is certainly somebody that we would need to speak to. They must have some authority on, or at least a little bit of knowledge on if these efforts would go to waste.
Perhaps. Still, though, Even though the Order of Sidon has refused to listen to me and my attendants for the last couple of days since they've, well, squatted into our guest rooms, he says with a bit of an angry tone. He says, perhaps they will listen to you. After all, if what I'm hearing is correct, the stories of your efforts in the Heartlands have already spread to this city.
Okay.
We're looking for a man. What was his name? Named Gaius.
Guys.
He represents the Order of Sidon here in the city. I believe he comes all the way from Mithros. Yes, another trouble that King Augustus drops on us. Can I have another, sir? As he shouts to the statue of to the statue of Valus that is in the room. And then there's no response, obviously, but then he looks back at you guys and says, "Sorry, still a bit drunk."
Uh,
He says, "Like I said, any accommodations you may require us for during your stay in the city, I will make sure to provide them for you here in the palace. You have my word."
I do I is do I still have a room here?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we're gonna give that words too. All right. I would still like to talk to you alone for a second, whatever you have a moment, Dad. But also,
Right,
uh,
right,
I'll just retire to my room tonight.
right. Of course, I almost forgot. We have to make a room for you two, son. He looks at. I'll
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the family.
I'll contact some of the workers to get some preparations done with that. Probably after we're through all of this.
Does Metius know how to? Is it like Lord Pythor when I address him?
I mean, I wouldn't say like I guess general knowledge is to have some degree of etiquette when addressing them. The five gods, but
Okay. I. Hmm. Okay. I guess Matius would just say, Pythor, Lord of Battle. I appreciate your hospitality. Does this mean that I would be able to make use of the libraries in this city of yours?
Well, I don't, so somebody has to. Looks over at you, and says, "Yes, of course. I take it you're one of the more scholarly types."
It is what I'm aiming for, yes. And
From
Matius will bow.
from Mitros, I take it.
Yes, I am actually from one of the academies there.
All right. I hope. I wish the king of your city was half as wise as you seem to be.
I'm just going to nod and not say anything.
He then says, "Well, if anybody needs me, I suppose I'll still be here while I, sober up a little bit. In the meantime, you are welcome to make your way across the palace. Uh, remember, there's still 3 days left. I'll make preparations to arrange for the amount of oxen to be, well, gathered. However, I do wish to know that this course of action is the one we're taking before we, well, use efforts where there would be better needed elsewhere."
Certainly.
In the meantime, well, if anybody else had anything else to say, I'm still sobering up. I will make sure to answer those, whatever queries you may have.
Mm,
Nope,
mm,
I guess not.
In that case,
just gotta.
may the wisdom of the five guide you all, and I pray for your success. He kind of shouts to one of the shouts a name. You think something like Theos. It shouts, Theos! Theos, get over here. There's some finances I need to discuss with you. From one of the side doors of the throne room. You hear one of the attendants, probably the same one that kind of came by, from that was in the room before you guys entered. Kind of walks up and says, "Yes, sir. Do you think you can make, that thing you do with accounting to kind of get us around 50 or so oxen?" Um, sir? Yeah, you heard me right. Try and see if there's enough of those to go around. The man just kind of looks a bit confused and says, as in, to be delivered now, or? No, if you can have them on hold, perhaps. Um, right, sir. That's not quite how finances work, but your will be done, Lord Pythor. He kind of walks back into the other room that he came out of. So at this point, I have to ask you guys, what are you guys doing?
I'm going to ask for directions to the library and try to meet up with Kyra there.
You will be if you ask for directions. You will be accompanied by a couple of the servants and attendants that are in the the palace, and kind of they will guide you over to the library. For a moment, I'm gonna move you guys back to the world map. Well, not world map, the Estoria map. The party. Oh, I forgot. I switch over the views, but I don't get to move with you guys as the DM. So here we go. Pow. And you are. And I'm gonna just put Pythor's token on the map as well.
Should we go to the? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Should we have whoever needed to go to the Dragon Shrine go to the Dragon Shrine now and get that over with, or before the oxen stuff? I think Derek needed to.
Assuming Pumo is still awake. Are you here, Pumo?
I'll take that as a no.
Oh, I guess he's dead.
I'll go with to the shrine. Well, hold on. He's not still like server muted, is he? No.
No, he's actually just not talking.
Well, I guess this is a pretty RP heavy session. Sorry about that. Yeah.
No, I don't think he's asleep. He had a lot of people in his room today.
Oh, okay, that's
Oh yeah, true.
He has people over. He's probably distracted.
That's fine. So Porunga and Derek are going to the Dragon Shrine. Well, I suppose we'll handle that when Pumo comes back over here. The rest of you guys?
Let's see, what is there to? Is there like a weapon shop nearby?
There is, well, not only is there like a fucking big ass marketplace, which is the Agora, but also Vulcan's Hall is named as such because it is a blacksmith shop.
Hmm. I guess I'll go the Vulcan's Hall first.
Should we all agree to just meet up back here later? It seems like a couple of us might be leaning towards different directions of how to spend the rest of our day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's actually that's an excellent idea.
Let me back at.
I'm going to stay behind. I wish to speak to my father just for a moment or two, and I would really like to check up on my sister and just get a head start on a good meal and a hearty sleep.
Okay, and I'll be headed to the library with Kyra. If I'm not back, then that's where you'll find me.
Great. And then Derek and Porunga, you guys are going to the shrine? And then
Yes.
what are Juno and my newly acquired brother doing tonight?
I'm planning on getting a better weapon, probably of the great variety.
So you're going to the market, and then Juno?
Mitch, I think you're still muted.
Uh,
He will probably be accompanying you. Okay, sounds great.
okay. So, let's see. Who shall we, uh, you know, go to first? I guess the ones who are still in the palace, since we're still here. So, Exandri, you wanted to talk to Pythor for a moment more, right?
Where'd my phone go?
Sorry, whose question was that towards?
Towards you, Exandri. You,
Oh, sorry, will you repeat that?
yeah, you wanted to stick around, talk to Pythor a little bit more, right?
Yeah, but if you want, because the session's almost over, we could do it next week, and then I could send you the questions I'm going to give you in case you want to think of answers.
Okay.
So I'm just not like springing questions.
All right. Metius, you wanted to go to a library here in the palace, right?
Yes.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, you would.
But my intention is to assist Kyra in whatever research she's doing, and also possibly find scrolls or books or something that might have some spells in them.
Okay. I will tell you right now. Maybe scrolls and spells which you're probably not gonna find. Those are more something that you would go to like a specialized, shop or archive of magical items, to find.
Okay.
However, assisting with investigation, well, that's easy enough. You will be guided to a very dusty-looking library that clearly has not seen much use here in the palace, alongside Kyra. Kind of guided by one of the attendants here. You see, as with a bow, they kind of retreat, and Kyra, when she looks around, she says, "Whew, okay, this is gonna take a while. Well, why couldn't I have been the wise one of the siblings?" All right, she turns to look at you, Matthias, and says, "You start looking over there. I'll start looking over here, and see what we can find." I, well, I would assume you know your way around books.
Certainly I do. But is there anything in particular that you're looking for? Is there some topic or subject?
I'm looking into the subjects of, sacrifices. You see, us gods, tribute is, given to us very regularly, but the way sacrifices work for the Titans is not quite the same. They have different conditions, shall we say. So I'm trying to see if there's a way to, essentially, I guess I'm looking for a way to alter the terms of the sacrifice so that no innocent blood needs to be spilled.
Okay, then that's what I will also focus my attention on looking for, in whatever general area she told me to look.
In that case, make me an investigation check.
Investigation, please. Work. Pretty good.
We'll cut back to you later on.
Yes.
So, Drakgar. Well, is Juno with you? Is Juno here?
I'm
Sorry. I'll stick with Drakgar.
Okay. Drakgar and Juno, you guys get out of the palace and go on your way to Vulcan's Hall. You pass by, a couple of things on the way there. There, along the way on the, as you're going from the palace to, the Vulcan's Hall, you see what appears to be this old, white-bearded, sort of like satyr in amongst the crowd. That kind of like you kind of see him on the side. You're kind of walking past him. You feel as you walk past him, like a thwack, a whack on your back, Drakgar. Uh, as the like elderly satyr, uh, just kind of seemingly like unprompted, just kind of looks over at you after giving you the whack on the back, which didn't really hurt you, and just says, "No respect for the elderly in the city." And he moves back, and he continues walking on his way. Uh, you eventually, I mean, do you respond or say anything, or?
I say sorry about that, and I don't know.
Okay, so eventually, you arrive at Vulcan's Hall. What you would see as you approach it is that it's this kind of very large building, fortified. You know, this kind of like fortified stone walls that seem to be making up the building. There's a particularly sturdy-looking roof with a sign that hangs from above. Uh, with this this kind of bronze sign in front of the also bronze doors. The sign of course reads Vulcan's Hall, and as you push the doors open, you feel this intense sort of like hot air that kind of blasts from the inside and kind of hits you both. uh, you see as inside the hall, there is this gigantic sort of like forge, and the room itself is decorated with a variety of bronze armor, weapons, farming tools. Really, anything you can imagine can be made in a in a blacksmith shop is basically this on display here. Uh, you see this kind of elderly looking dwarf seems to be working the forge, kind of working on top of an anvil near the still immensely hot forge. uh he kind of like takes his goggles off as he wipes like this bit of sweat from his forehead. He looks at you guys as you approach. There we go. There he is. Uh, he sees you guys approach, and he says, "Oh, yeah, I guess welcome and all. Uh, you're here for something to be made?"
I'm looking to get a better axe, probably preferably bigger, and I'll show him the one I currently have.
Right. He kind of looks at you, kind of has like a double take, of you guys. He kind of raises an eyebrow, and he says, "Hmm. Uh, wait a moment. You guys, I've no, I've definitely haven't seen you around here, but I think I know who you are. You're the ones that Kyra told me about, right? The uh, Krakithar and Genos. Is that the names or?"
It's Drakgar, but close enough. Yeah, we're the ones
And I'm going
that.
to say, yep, my name's Genos.
Genos. He
Even though it obviously isn't. I don't
Genos.
know.
he
Hmm.
says, right. Yeah, no. Kyra told me about you guys. Says you guys are the real deal. That you're the chosen by the Oracle and all of that. Uh, I'm not sure if I believe her, but what do I know? I'm just an old smith. Right. So, on to business there. What do you say you wanted again?
A great axe if you have one,
Oh, of
as
course.
big as you got.
Of all sorts of great weapons. Hold on, let me just call my intern here. He kind of looks over to the side and kind of shouts, Come over here, boy. You kind of see this door open on the side. You see this sort of like teenage-looking kid with like a box of supplies. Well, not supplies, kind of like more scrap metal. Kind of says, "Yes, sir. Fetch us one of those great axes we have on display." Right, sir. He kind of turns to look at you guys, and for a moment he stops, and he says, "Are you're not the boy? Don't get distracted. Go ahead and get these people their weapons." Right. Sorry. The kid kind of runs off and struggling to carry this like massive great axe. Like, don't drop it, boy. We don't want the blade to be dulled before we even sell it. Right, sir. Gonna
Here,
put
I'll help him and pick it up
you
and grab it from
kind of
him.
like put him on the counter. He looks at you and says, thank you, sir." Uh, the dwarven blacksmith who just kind of puts his hammer to the side. Seemingly getting ready to pull out another piece on our batch of materials to begin crafting yet another thing, as if he's taking no rest in between these. It says, "Go ahead and charge them for the great axe, boy, just like I taught you." Right. Um. Right. So, a regular great axe, is that correct?
Yep.
Right. Uh, that'll be as he kind of pulls out like a checkbook, as if he's still kind of like learning the ropes here. Yes, that'll be 30 gold pieces, please.
Those are the gold pieces. How much would you take for my battle axe?
For your battle axe, sir, we do buy used gear, correct? Yes, boy. How else we're gonna get that those scrap metal that you've been lugging around all day? The kid says, "Right, sorry. Uh, we usually buy them at half price. Well, half of what is standard to be selling them. What weapon you said you wanted to sell again?"
I was looking to sell my great axe. Oh, no, my battle axe and purchase a great axe.
Well, as far as materials go, I suppose we can give you like 5 gold pieces, correct, sir? Yes, boy. Now don't ask me again. I'm busy.
5 gold pieces. Let's see. How about I give you 10 plus the 5 from the battle axe, and I help you with work around the day. Would that
Are you proficient?
do a deal?
Are you proficient in smith tools?
No, but I'm hoping that my big, strong muscles could help him in other ways.
The kid seems kind of confused through this, this proposal, and before he can say anything, you hear the dwarf say, "Don't do charity work around here, I'm afraid. Not even for friends of my daughter."
Okay. Well then, I guess. Let's see if I. How much would hand axes sell for?
God damn, you really walk into a store
I
and have no money.
I need this.
You walk into the store and have no money to pay for the things that you want to fucking buy.
I cry.
Hand axes, man, those are like two. They sell for like 2 gold and 1 silver. Uh, no, 2 gold and 5 silver rather.
So I got. Trying to do some math here. I'm still short.
How short?
I would be 2 gold short.
Juno will be helping him with his numbers because I don't think Drakgar's great with those.
Vulcan.
And I'll slip 2 gold over to him.
Vulcan kind of sees you struggling to pull out the money for the thing, and he looks over at you and says, "All right, I'll tell you what, boy." The kid kind of turns around and says, "Not you, the other one." He looks over at you, Drakgar, and says, "I'll tell you what. I think you may have something that, well, you can help me out, I suppose. Me and every other dwarf who lives in this city. Hmm? Does that interest you? And perhaps like that we can, I say we'll be even, so to speak.
Sounds good.
I'm still gonna charge you though. But
Okay.
I'm just letting you know that in the future, well, we'll be even in the sense that I'll call upon you, or you'll call upon me. Does that work for you?
Sounds good.
Right. All right. So I'll let you in on a little secret, boy. Uh, there's this place around the parts that is called the Mithril Mines. Heard of them? It doesn't matter if you have, actually. Uh, you see, ages ago, a couple of dwarves that live here in Astoria used to work in the Mithril Mines, but they've been, shall we say, occupied by people who know not the true value of the mines. So, uh, what I would like you to help out here, you and everybody else who travels with you. Your name, Genos, right? And Krakagar. Uh, right. Uh, I've heard, your crew. I want you guys to go out there and, well, reignite the Mithril Forge. Does that work for you? And after that, come back to me, let me know, and I'll make sure to use that forge to its full advantage to craft you some good gear, huh?
Sounds
So what's the name of this forge keeper to the Mithril Mines?
Uh, right. So you've heard of the Forge Keeper. Yes, we go way back. Not in a particularly good way. But, if you see them, chances are you still see them because, well, they can't very well leave the Forge. If you see the Forge Keeper, let them know that you know me. And they'll probably, take that one of two ways. They're either, will help you out with the Forge, or they will want to turn you into ashes. Chances are it'll be the first one, however.
Sure. What's your name?
I am Vulcan.
Spell that, please, DM.
Wait, Vulcan?
VOL or B?
VOL. Okay. I'm not there.
Damn, well, this is crazy. Anyway, Vulcan, that says, right. Well, in any case, you can have your greatsword for however much money you can afford at the moment, but you owe me one.
Don't worry. I'll get you back. I'll pay you back, and then I'll hand him my 19 gold.
Kinda gestures at the kid to kind of grab the gold. And then Vulcan looks at the rest of you, at you two, and says, "All right, now scram. I'm pretty sure you have better things to do out there."
Quick one question. Could you point us to the Mithril Mines?
Kinda looks over at you and gestures to the kid and says, "Boy, go grab us a map, would you?" "Yes, sir."
Or appreciate it.
He kinda runs over to one of the side rooms. The Vulcan looks over at the rest of you guys and says, "Boy's a natural. He'll be a good smith one day. He's just very, very insecure at the moment."
Is he your kid?
"Oh no, not at all. He's just working here, an errand boy, I guess. He one day showed up saying that his parents told him to get a job, and well, I gave him one here."
That's very kind of you.
Sure, let's go with that. the, Eventually the kid comes back with like this map of the general area of the of the Heartlands. Uh, you see as when they kind of like puts the map on the table. He kind of begins to like trace his fingers like around the map, and then looks over at Vulcan, who gets up from where he was sitting by the anvil, walks up to the map, and kind of he kind of pushes the kid's like hand to the side and heaving it to kind of like trace a line with his finger. He says, "All right, so you're just gonna want to follow the Arkeland River south from the Mithril Mountains. Here, oh shit! I just realized I'm not showing you the actual map, huh? Give me a second. Give me a second while I show you the maps of Heartlands. Where is the thing? All right. He says, "All right, so you're going to want to follow the Arkeland River. Flows downwards, southwards from the Mithril Mountains. Uh, around the northern gate of Estoria. There is a great cascade that follows the river. Around here."
Sweet. So am I able to track that pretty easily, or do you think I should, or is Juno not confident enough? Like, will I need to buy a map or something, or do you think I can track that?
Well, I suppose it has been hidden for quite some time. Tell you what. There's a group of dwarves that hang out around the Dragon's Tooth from time to time. They have, well, some of them are old enough that they have actually seen the inside of the Mithril Forge. If you require any more guidance how to get there, you can ask them. I'm certain at least one of them will be willing to guide you the rest of the way there.
Yeah, where did you say I could find those guys at?
In the Dragon's Tooth, not too far from here.
Dragon's Tooth?
Yes, there's the inn that is literally just like what? Like
Oh, I think we were having drinks there earlier. Okay.
like 20, 30 feet away from here. Right. So, all right, Drakgar, Genos. I suppose business here is concluded. Oh, and if you see my daughter out there, Kyra, make sure you say hello to her on my behalf.
Will do.
Will do.
Kind of turns his attention back and says, "And you, boy, your shift's not over yet." Right, sir. Kind of sends him, to this other segment of the hall to kind of like begin, sort of putting stuff on shelves, kind of making the place look nice. As he turns back to where he was, kind of working the anvil once again, as he forges yet something else. So that's you guys. Let's see. Oh, we are reaching actually the end of the session time here.
Are we heading towards my palace, the dragon statue yet?
You were supposed
palace?
to have, or yeah.
Yeah.
We were going to be doing that.
Long sidetrack.
Well, I mean, it's not even that we got sidetracked. Is that the RP segment with Pythor took a lot.
Dang it.
Sadly, we're gonna have to get to that next week. I apologize.
You're dead slow. Just
Hey,
saying.
I'm really sorry, y'all. This was more of an RP session. For those of you who are more like combat, drawn, I suppose. But suppose for now, whatever happens at the Dragon Shrine and the questions that shall come to Lord Pythor will have to happen in the next session. So now you guys are, well, in a bit of a strange position. The city of Estoria has been suffering from the droughts, and a sacrifice is demanded by Lord Sidon. Will you guys be able to convince the Order of Sidon to take the replacement oxen instead of the life of Princess Honora? Or will the Rock of Estor run red with royal blood? Or will you guys fight the leader of the Centaur tribe? Or,
You take the leader.
or perhaps you'll think of something else. Only time will tell.
Music.
But we'll have to figure that out next session. For those of you who are watching this on YouTube, please make sure to continue watching to see how the party resolves the situation. And with that, I will end the recording. And I hope to see everybody next week.